Smackdown. This week it starts early and it's going to be starting before. So it should actually be kicking off now. So we should be able to go over to Rampage and watch Rampage. I don't know how it's going to do. I don't know how popular it's going to be. Whenever they do tend to move the time, it doesn't tend to like show in ratings. This is going to be a very interesting one though, because I don't know if we've actually gone this early before. Sometimes we do just the hour before, but this is quite considerably before, and actually I would think this would be like a perfect time slot for them. 5:30, I mean, you're going to get the kids. Are people back from work at this point? Maybe not. Maybe they could do with it being just half an hour later, but saying that, that might mean that actually they do keep getting people joining the show as it's on. So I would think like 6 to 7 Eastern would be really good for Rampage. But we'll see. I'm quite interested to see how the ratings do here. It is very interesting having wrestling on this early. This honestly feels like the right time slot for wrestling as well. I know that you can't do like blood and guts necessarily at this time. So you might be a bit more limited. But I think most of like what you see on Rampage and AEW and certainly WWE is not that anyway. So, do you know what I mean? It's just fun, it's vibrant, hitting that kids market a little bit more. I know the 18 to 39 demo or 49 demo is super important, but yeah, I'll be really interested to see how this one does and see if the ratings are good for this. So that's why we're starting early, if anyone was interested. Starting early. Because of AEW Rampage. Hello. Hope everyone is well. See people saying hello in the chat. So we are actually starting with a women's tag match. So we've got Ruby Soho and we've got Toni Storm taking on Jamie Hayter and Dr. Britt Baker. So Britt, Jamie versus Toni and Ruby. There we go. Hayden, hello. How am I? I'm doing good. Obviously still recovering from that massive UFC news. If you saw that quick little video that we did, I'm sure you've probably seen it anyway, but massive news coming through from the world of UFC that Charles Oliveira, the lightweight champion, has been... Oh, do you know what? I'm looking at this going, this doesn't feel right. It's because I've still got this tucked behind. I like to get it out the way when I'm not streaming. Just gets in the way, the green screen. There we go, that's better, isn't it? I was looking at it, I was like, this isn't right. Something's not right. And it's because the green screen was all tucked behind the sofa. Yeah, I mean, the green screen actually is behind me, and then it goes over my actual sofa. The actual sofa's there. It doesn't look very good. So I put the green screen over it, but it gets in the way if I'm not streaming. So anyway, cut a long story short, yes, still rocked from obviously that news that's broken about Charles Oliveira being stripped of the UFC Lightweight Championship. Massive news. And you might not be a fan of UFC. Just know that a flipping nuclear bomb has gone off in that world earlier today. Everyone's talking about it. It'd be like Roman Reigns being stripped of his title just before he's about to have a match at Summerslam or something. It's massive. So, yeah, big breaking news earlier today on that. Things that we've got happening. I'm going to jump into the chat in a second because we've started early. I'm having to play a little bit of catch-up. So we've got Drew McIntyre and RK-Bro face-to-face with the Bloodline. We've got Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods taking on Sheamus and Ridge Holland in a tables match. And we've also got Sasha Banks taking on Shayna Baszler. Don't forget, of course, this weekend is WrestleMania Backlash. And we will be covering that on Sunday. So if anyone's thinking, oh, are we doing it? Of course we're doing it. So that is Sunday. Right now we've got a good little match here. I'm enjoying this opening match. I'm trying to keep an eye on it as well. Heels are in control. So Jamie Hayter who I think has got a really bright future. She seems to really lay stuff in. Like, Jamie Hayter strikes me as a professional wrestler, and I must admit there's quite a few women that I don't get that vibe from in AEW, but I think I really like Jamie Hayter. I think she's a good addition, and putting her with Britt Baker I think has been a really good move as well. So, loving Jamie Hayter, loving, obviously, Britt Baker, Toni Storm, 1, 2, and Ruby Soho. This is a good little match here. And it's got a nice pace and a nice energy to it as well, which is good to see. Are you still going for Oliveira tomorrow? I don't know, to be honest. I thought it was a close fight anyway, and I said last week during UFC, if ever someone comes in overweight, it's always a sign of a really bad camp. I said that about Font last week. I chose Font last week. He came in overweight, 2.5 pounds, and I was like, I'm not picking him now. I'm going to go with Vera, and Vera won. Right, now I'm not saying he won because of that, but as I said, it's a good sign that things have not gone to plan. The only thing I would say is this is only £0.5 pound, but £0.5 pound is still significant, and certainly significant enough for him to lose his title. He is not the UFC champion right now. The belt is vacant. If he wins tomorrow, he can't win the belt. So the belt's vacant. If he wins tomorrow, he can't win it. Like, the psychological damage that must have caused. If I'm Justin Gaethje, I don't know what I'm expecting tomorrow. Is he going to be a broken man, Oliveira, or is he going to be an angry man? Like, I just don't know what to expect. I think what we can say, though, is that in a close fight, this is far from ideal. And maybe I would now start leaning Gaethje. Maybe. What it's actually done is, I thought it was close, but I gave Oliveira just the edge. Now that he's coming overweight, it's gone back to being even for me. I don't know what Oliveira to expect. I have no idea what to expect tomorrow. It's super intriguing. Because we could get a new champion in Gaethje. Gaethje could win it. But if he doesn't, if Oliveira wins, he doesn't win the belt. The title is vacant. This has blown the lightweight division wide open. Wide open. If you're Conor McGregor, Tony Ferguson, Michael Chandler, Dustin Poirier, Islam Makhachev, you are absolutely licking your lips right now. Absolutely licking your lips. You are loving life. Because there's a good chance that after this weekend, there won't be a lightweight champion, and then it's just going to be a mad scramble for the belt. So, very exciting. Very exciting. The scales backstage were £0.5 pound off. Multiple fighters today have explained that was the case. Charles missed weight by £0.5 pound at the scale backstage, which was £0.5 pound off, telling him it was 155. I haven't heard any of that, to be honest. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Apparently he was over. They gave him an extra hour to try and lose that £0.5 pound. He weighed in again or lose weight, and he weighed in again, and he was still over. So he had chance to try and lose it. Not much time, but goddamn, man, I feel for him. I do feel for him. I think if he was to come in like 2 pounds over, if I did not get the impression he thought he was overweight at the press conference. The way he acted, the way he spoke, the way he carried himself, he had his belt, the super intense stare down. He looked like a focused man. I did not get the vibe that he was overweight at all. And I don't think he knew. I'm just speculating, but I don't think he knew. I don't think he knew he was overweight, because the way he acted at that press conference was, he just carried himself like a mafia boss. He was a don. Do you know what I mean? Didn't get a vibe he knew he was over. So I think it's I don't know if it's a slight miscalculation or what it is. It's not a good look, of course, and he's been stripped, and psychologically what that does, I don't know. We'll find out tomorrow. He needs to win that fight, because if he loses, he'll be away from the title. If he wins, he's got an argument that he should be challenging for the belt next time. He'll come in underweight and he'll challenge for it. So he hasn't got nothing to fight for. He's still fighting to be in the next title match. He needs to win. He really does need to win. So nothing changes on that front. It's just that the title has been vacated. Britt Baker looking for a pin, and Ruby Soho knocks Jamie Hayter into Britt Baker, breaks up the pin. Jamie Hayter goes to the outside. Super kick by Britt Baker. Roll up by Toni Storm. 1, 2, 3. Toni Storm gets the pin on Britt Baker. And nice little match. Nice little match. Fast-paced. There was, I can see people in the fights chat just saying there was a few botches in there. But from what I was looking, it's had a nice pace to it. And, yeah, it seemed alright. It was a bit sloppy, says Lance. I have read fighters lose 20% of their purse, and 10% goes to the commission, and 10% goes to the opposite fighter, says Dortnight. Yeah, they asked about a fine. He will lose a percentage of his purse, yes. He will lose a percentage of his purse. We don't know what that's going to be. So we don't know what percentage of his purse he's going to lose. We don't know if he's going to receive a fine as well. I did a quick little video with all the information I had at that time and, you know, at that point, and to my knowledge, even now, Dana hasn't commented. I can't wait to hear what Dana White's got to say about all of this. I mean, literally, imagine that phone call. Dana, your champ's come in slightly overweight. He's vacated the belt and Rome is burning right now. Everything is on fire. Our main event is in trouble. Imagine that phone call if you're Dana White a day before one of your biggest pay-per-views of the year. Wild. Absolutely wild. Eddie Kingston's on the phone. He said he's going to hurt Chris Jericho, who's on commentary. Dana White is trending. UFC 274 is trending. It's the talk of the town. £half a pound, half the purse, says Jilly. Kingston cutting an amazing promo, and he's not even there, says Blaze Radio. Got Tony Nese backstage right now. Phone promo from Eddie was fire. Oh, it's not going to do that again, is it? Stupid green screen. Wow, that was so annoying during Dynamite, where the green screen kept flickering away. That was really getting on my nerves. I don't want it doing that. Hook versus Nice coming soon, says Lone Star Friend. Did you see the new Orton belt and Big Blue belt? Yeah, I think the Orton one is a little old. I think they're re-showing it because of his 20th anniversary. But I'm sure that one's been around for a couple of months now. I say old, but it's been around. We've shown it before. The Big Blue one is a new replica, which is really cool, really nice. I love seeing like new replica belts being added. Not that I collect replica belts, but I do love the belts. So it's the main reason why I got into figures. I've told it before, I was watching Grimm's Toy Show and I saw his collection, and he's got like everything, and he had all the champions together, and I thought it looked amazing because the detail of the belts was stunning. And I remember thinking like, man, I'd love to just get all the championships. Like, I never wanted a collection that got out of control. I just wanted all the champions. That's all I wanted. And I actually started collecting for that reason. And then, of course, you see a Roddy Piper, and you're like, well, I've got to get a Roddy Piper. I know he didn't win a belt, but I've got to get a Roddy Piper. He did win the Intercontinental, but I don't think there's a Mattel figure that comes with the Roddy and the Intercontinental. Just normally Roddy on his own because of the kilt and the hot rod shirt and everything. They're the accessories you tend to get with Roddy Piper. And then, of course, like Macho Man. You know, I know you can get ones of him with a belt, but some of his best, you know, ones are him without a title. Same with Undertaker. Some of his best figures are ones without belts. So, do you know what I mean? Before you know it, you've got a collection, ain't you? So that's how that got out of control. Justin, hello. Hope you are well. Big Blue was Stone Cold's before the smoking school, says Rob. If my big bet comes in, I'm going to get a belt. The Razor Ramon one, maybe, says Dortnight. The dude is challenging a clown, says Michael. We are at commercial break, by the way. We are at commercial break. So if you are wondering what's going down in AEW town, then we are at commercial break at the moment. We've already had Britt Baker and Jamie Hayter against Tony Storm and Ruby Soho. We've got Yuka Sakazaki. That's how you say it. Isn't her music's what I remember her for? Is she the yeah girl? So I'm looking forward to her music. She's taking on Rio. Hook versus JD Drake and Takshita. Is it against Lethal? I don't know who this guy is. So yeah, we'll see. We've got a few things lined up tonight on Rampage. As we said, for SmackDown, we got Drew and RK-Bro face-to-face with Bloodline. Kofi and Xavier versus Sheamus and Ridge Holland in a tables match. Sasha Banks versus Shayna Baszler. Piper was a tag champ for a week, says G Money Slayer. Daz said, do we get any Owen Hart Cup matches tonight? I honestly don't know. I don't think so. Because I think that we've pretty much got that bracket now, haven't we? And we've got... I don't think any of these matches are in... I think they've all qualified, and I don't think any of these are first round. When do we get a Days action figure with a beanie? I would buy that. Listen, if ever they made them, and they absolutely should, it would be the greatest shelf warmer of all time. Yeah? So, hopefully they make, like, 100,000 of them, and you just get sick of seeing them everywhere. I would like to annoy the wrestling figure community with them trying to find the latest figures, and my figure was just absolutely everywhere, so... Come on, Mattel. Do the right thing, yeah? Right, Hook making his way down to the ring. Hook versus J.D. Drake is what we've got now. J.D. Drake. Fenderbin, see you tomorrow. It's going to be good, dude. Looking forward to it. The guy in the main event is a guy who has been on fire in Japan. He teamed with Kenny and the Bucks at an AEW house show during the pandemic era. He is a great wrestler. Ashley said, off topic, with no football during the summer, is there any big transfers that you would do a short video about? Honestly, I don't know. I get asked quite a bit about what's happening with the football channel over the summer and all that kind of stuff, and I can totally understand why people would want to know. But the truth of the matter is, I don't know. I don't know. My focus is on, right, I'm about to get extra time here, which I've desperately needed for a long time. So I have to make sure that I'm maximising it and I'm doing something with it. So my focus is, once that football kind of season ends, what can I do with that time? And, just planning that, basically. So the thoughts of, like, what do I do with the football channel, just, it hasn't crossed my mind. I mean, I'm sure if there's something really big, then I'm sure there would be something that would go on. But where that level is, I don't know. It's not a major focus, to be honest. The focus was always doing the watch-alongs for the games, and with the games stopping... It's my focus is elsewhere now. Hook's managed to get a sleeper hold applied to JD Drake. JD Drake's gone down. He's tapping away. Hook's not releasing the hold, though. Oh, it's going to do my head. This little thing's going to do my head. I wonder if there's something wrong with the camera or something. Right, Danhausen's come out. So that was a quick win for Hook. Miss Clown, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Danhausen has got a proposal for Hook. What are they chanting? Oh, Hookhausen. Perhaps you can be in Danhausen's corner. So Danhausen wants Hook to be in his corner. Is AEW on early today? It is, yes. It is on early today. Hook pushes Danhausen down. He leaves him something. Some crisps or something. I don't know what this is. I don't know what's happening. He's left him some. Hook gets, picks them up. Is it popcorn? Snacks? Look like those snacks had almost won Hook's heart. Ledger Killer, hello. Hope you are well. Okay, we are going backstage with FTR. They've got the Ring of Honor Tag Team Championships, the AAA Tag Team Championships. So, Cash said he did win last week, and he'll win next week, and he's going to win the whole thing. So, Cash just showing there's no hard feelings there. Hook needs a haircut. Brad said Hook can't usually resist chips. To be honest, it's the worst time of year between football seasons. As a football maniac, I get sad. Imagine no wrestling for 2 months. Yeah, I mean, we're quite fortunate that pro wrestling doesn't turn off, and it's the same with UFC as well. UFC have a little break between, like, kind of mid-December. You know, that week before Christmas is normally their last show. And then they'll come back kind of middle of January. So, maybe there's about a month there, in all fairness. But because of it being that, like, weird time of the year, Christmas, New Year's, it's kind of the best time to have a little break. Here's Yuka Sakazaki. Is she the girl that's got the yeah. Oh, I can't hear it. Ah, that's the only thing I like about her. I'm pretty sure they should change that music, or like if I was Tony Khan, I would just have it where it's quiet and then you just hear just like on its own for a moment. You know, like how Seth used to have the burn it down. Burn it down. I would do that for Yuka because I think there's a lot of people that enjoy that part of her theme music. Or maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm on my own. All by myself. Who that? She's been in before. We've not seen some of these girls, though, due to the pandemic and lockdowns and all that, so she might have been around just before. Certainly, if you're probably newer to AEW, you might not have seen her before, but She's been in before. I was thinking that you was watching AEW Dark, but Rampage is on now, and I don't know why, says Root Beer Float. They're moving around. Is it to do with the NBA or something? I think there's quite a bit of disruption to AEW Rampage this month. If it was much earlier than this, then I just don't think we'd be able to do it, because when this ends in about 35 minutes, we've got to wait an hour and a half until SmackDown, which is not too bad because we normally start an hour before. And an hour and a half, I think, it's all right. But if it was if we had to wait 2 hours before we even got to SmackDown, this would probably end up becoming a separate stream. And to be perfectly truthful, I ain't doing a separate AEW Rampage stream. Yeah, we do it because it's so close to SmackDown. So I would say we're right on the cusp here. But yeah, it's been an alright show, man. From what I saw of that first match, I mean, I wasn't on it like an eagle. It was alright. Hook just getting a win against JD Drake. I'm not into the Hook Danhausen stuff like a lot of people, but obviously people are. I mean, big Hookhausen chants. And now we've got Yuka and Riho. And this is alright. Big boot by Yuka. Martin said, are my comments blocked? If not, afternoon. Are you covering the Euroshop Fiend story? No. I don't even know what the Euroshop Fiend story is, to be honest. If it's something to do with the Fiend coming back to WWE, then I don't believe it. Harley Days, Austin is bullying me. Can you tell him off? Listen, this community chat is dog eat dog. Isn't today the day that Edward has to be nice to James? I think that's the day today, isn't it? Didn't we say after Raw? I think it was Raw, wasn't it? That James won that poll and now Edward's got to be nice. Don't forget about that. When you see Edward, make sure that you remind him. AEW seen their lowest ratings since May 2021. There's a video game crisis. More talent lost in the shuffle. What do you think? Is Tony starting to feel the pressure? No, I genuinely don't. I think that AEW's in a fine place. I think that everyone is struggling ratings-wise. If you actually looked at Raw's ratings, the Raw rating came through at 1.58. So 1.58 is low for Raw. It has been at 1.8. It dipped to 1.6. Now it's at 1.58. It's all to do with the NBA playoffs. So that's causing mass disruption. So yeah, AEW's ratings are down, but a lot of people are feeling the pain at the moment. In regards to the video game, I mean, look, it's going a bit over budget, and they're gonna release it. I mean, there will be a product, but this first one is going to be the hardest one, because I would imagine this is what all the future games will be built upon. Like, whatever the engine is for this game will be the engine they probably use going forward for a while. It's a bit like WWE, their game was broken, and so they had to create a whole new engine, and that's why they had to take a year out. So, the same could be said for Vince, couldn't it? They had a disaster with 2K20, which meant there was no 2K21. Ratings for WWE have been in decline for a long, long time. And, they've just had to release over 100 superstars. So, I mean, look, Tony Khan ain't feeling the pressure any more than what Vince McMahon is. The truth of the matter is that the pro wrestling world is just a hard world to be in, isn't it? It's a very competitive market. It's obviously an acquired taste. Like, pro wrestling is something that I think it's hard to get that mainstream attention, to be honest. They do break through and they do get that mainstream attention, but it's hard to get that mainstream attention. It's not as easy as, say, football, American football, NFL, that just demands it. Do you know what I mean? Or basketball or soccer. here in the UK, you know, our football. They just, you know, demand attention. You have to pay attention to it because so many people are watching it. Wrestling's not quite that way, so it's a constant fight, to be honest. It's a constant fight. Just got home from the cinema and AEW is on. It is. It's on early this week, and I think there's quite a bit of disruption throughout the rest of the month. Mason, shout out to you. Daniel said, one UFC fighter from today has come out and said, congrats to the genius that messed with the fighter scale, leaving it at £0.5 pound difference. We were informed when heading to the official scales. It's interesting. Very interesting. I mean, I don't know what that would mean if there has been a problem backstage with the weighing in thing. But to be perfectly honest, I mean, it depends how much... He should know what his weight is going into the day, shouldn't he? I mean, there will be a scales. He will have been on scales. He would have been checking his weight, you know, all throughout that training camp. You know, he is not new to fighting. So he must know, like, where his weight was at, what he was trying to get to. The only thing is, if the one backstage was £0.5 pound over, and, you know, he's gone, right, I'm all right, and then he walks out and he's £0.5 pound over, and then all of a sudden you've got an hour to lose £0.5 pound. Like, there is maybe an argument there for him to say, you can't take that belt from me. Because I weighed in bang on weight, and then and then it turns out the scales were broken. I mean, I was. If I'd have known at that point I needed to lose £0.5 pound, I would have not had an hour. I would have had 2 hours, 3 hours. Who knows? So maybe he could have an argument if that does, like, you know, come out to be true. But saying that, everyone else has done it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not like there's several people that have been affected here. You know, Thug Rose is a champion. She's weighed in and hit the mark. So I don't know. It would feel to me like that would be something that would need to be investigated. But I don't think it's any more than that, really. Everyone else has managed it, and he should know his weight going into the day. He should know exactly where he's at and what he needs to do. If a scales backstage is telling him something different than what he was expecting, you know, or where he thought he was with that, then I don't know. He would have an argument, though. He would have an argument. Thomas said, can you do the championship playoffs? If we did a championship playoff, and there's a big if there, it would likely only be the final of the going to the Premier League. The Premier League is all we focus on. You know, I'm not going to be watching what teams are battling to get into League 2 and get into League 1 and get into the Championship. That's way below what we watch. So, you know, no disrespect to those teams, because I'm a Starbridge fan that goes even lower than all of that. But, yeah, we do not have fan bases for that. So if we was going to watch anything, it would be to see what team was going to be in the Premier League next year. We know that it's Bournemouth and Fulham, and I'm not sure who is looking good for those playoffs at the moment. So if we was to do one, it would be that. Duck underneath by Rio, rolling through, looking for the pin, and gets the pin. Rio rolls up Yuka Sakazaki. Sakazaki. I don't know why I'm struggling with that. Here is the women's tournament. There's a Joker in the women's tournament as well. There's been a lot of talk about who the Joker's going to be in the men's tournament. People thinking it might be Johnny Gargano. People thinking that it might be Miro. It might be Cesaro. I don't know who it is, but there is a Joker in the women's tournament as well. Who I would like it to be Ember Moon for that, to be honest. I really like Ember Moon. What happens with the title depending on who wins? So, if Oliveira wins tomorrow, he does not get the belt. He wins the match, but he doesn't get the belt. The belt is vacated. Right now, there is not a lightweight champion. So if he wins, he doesn't get the belt. What I would say, and I said it earlier, if he wins, it gives him a really good argument that he should be fighting for the belt next. He should be in that title match. If he loses to Gaethje, well, Gaethje's the champ. Gaethje becomes champion, and that's it. Gaethje wins the title, and he carries on. You see, if Oliveira loses, it's such a stacked competitive division that if Oliveira loses, it's going to be really hard for him to get an immediate rematch. And it's going to be hard for him to kind of stay around the title picture. He would have to fight someone else, I think. If he loses tomorrow, I could see him having to fight, you know, maybe someone like Conor or Islam Makhachev, you know, someone along those lines. And then that might become a number one contenders fight. But, which, you know, is going to be very, very dangerous because there's some great fighters in lightweight. It's one of, if not the most stacked division in UFC. You know, you've got Poirier, Gaethje, Oliveira, Conor McGregor. You've got Islam Makhachev, Beneil Dariush is in there as well, who often gets overlooked but is a great fighter. Chandler, Ferguson. It's stacked, man. It is stacked. We got Dan Lambert in the ring. Could you imagine the pop if Garganos are the Jokers in each of the tournaments? That's a really fun shout. That would be fun. If Johnny is in the one, maybe Candice would then become a bit of a favourite for the other. She has now left as well, apparently. I read that earlier. She's left NXT. The Joker in the women's tournament should be Alexa Bliss, says John. Norma Dumont and Carnelosi said the hotel scales were reset overnight. Many fighters found out they were 2 pounds heavier than they thought. Seemed to have thrown other people off as well. It's interesting, as I said, and he would have a case. But I do have to keep coming back to the fact that everyone else, I mean, I'm not aware of anyone else that's coming overweight. Certainly Rose hasn't. She's the other champion. And Chandler and Ferguson have both been fine. Gaethje was fine. So why is it that Oliveira struggled? So he would have a case. He would have a case. Candice LeRae's contract with WWE ended today. What does that mean for Johnny? I don't know, but his wife is out now. Is lightweight the best? It's one of, yeah. I mean, I think flyweight's very good as well. There's a few divisions, actually. Bantamweight. I'd say the worst is maybe light heavyweight. But there's a few divisions that are a little bit tasty. Even heavyweight, actually. I mean, you've got John Jones, you've got Stipe, you've got Ngannou, you've got Aspinall coming through, Cyril Gane's still around, Taito Ivasa, Derek Lewis. So heavyweight's actually burst into life over the past, you know, couple of years. Scorpio Sky in the ring, and Frankie Kazarian wants his shot. I'm very glad you're dressed for a funeral because SCU is dead. Scorpio Sky said he's going to bring respect back to this championship. I do love how Dan Lambert wears the second belt. I think that's a nice touch. The days of this title being passed around like Ty Conti backstage are over. Scorpio Sky tells Dan Lambert that belt needs to go back to the trophy cabinet, so he tells Dan Lambert not to be wearing it. In all fairness, that is a heel thing, really, for him to walk around with a belt as well. So I think Scorpio Sky is really setting out his stall as a face here. I'm getting quite strong face vibes from Scorpio Sky, talking about bringing back the prestige of the title, telling Dan Lambert to take his belt off and put it in the trophy cabinet at American Top Team. Johnny Wrestling debut. Imagine the way that goes. Dan Lambert is the best thing in AEW, says Chalmers. I honestly think it would be appalling if Pogba signed for City. He left on a 3 years ago, and United huge money at him to bring him back, then pay him a fortune, runs contract down, and goes to a rival. I'm not really bothered where he goes, to be honest. I'm not really bothered where he goes. He's someone that's been so inconsistent that he might go to a rival and just be amazing. I mean, I'd rather he goes abroad, but if he ends up going to City, I don't know that he makes City that much stronger. I think City, he's a great option to have in your squad. But is he going to nail down a place and make City, even better? I don't know. I really don't know. He's so inconsistent. So inconsistent. He might go to City and kill it, though. I mean, look at Salah at Chelsea and then Salah at Liverpool. These things happen, don't they? Look at Torres at Liverpool and then Torres at Chelsea. Look at Lukaku at Inter Milan, Lukaku at Chelsea. So, Pogba, could go and find that consistency, but I think United need to just worry about themselves. Dan, lameness wearing the belt is like the parent who sucked at sports living vicariously through his child. It is, yeah, you're absolutely right, it is. It's a heelish thing. It's a heelish thing, and it is absolutely that. You are right. You are right. I was going to ask on a football stream, did you hear the Ten Hag chant that the United fans made in the pub? No, I didn't. If it's been made in the pub, then I'm guessing it might not be PG. But I haven't heard it, no. UFC have made a statement saying that if Charles was to win, he will become the #1 contender. Very good. Yeah, I figured that would be the case. I haven't seen that, but that does make sense. It's foolish to think that Oliveira now just hasn't got anything to fight for. He needs to win and keep himself in that title picture. And if he loses, then, Gaethje just goes off, doesn't he? Gaethje goes off and, starts forming his legacy. How much disruption is this, though? What does this do? I don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know how he reacts to this. He could be angry, super focused, want to take it out on Gaethje. Stick to the game plan, though. You don't want to get, throw it all out and just get super aggressive. But, really, he needs to put it out of his mind. It's a hard thing to do, but he needs to just put it out of his mind. Just pretend he's still champ. Go in there, defend your title, stick to the game plan, do what you was going to do, get the win. You'll deal with it after. But that's a hard thing to do. That's a real hard thing to do, to forget the fact you've been stripped of your title. The fact you used to be champion and you're not champion anymore. Forget it. Just forget about that. So, I don't know, yeah. 24 hours before you're meant to have, defend your title. God. Right, on Dynamite, we got Ricky Starks taking on Jungle Boy. Ricky Starks is on commentary, and we've got a little pushing and shoving here. Jungle Boy charging into Ricky Starks. I know a lot of people hate when fighters miss weight. What's your opinion? Well, I hate that he's missed weight. Absolutely. You want this to... You don't want... I'll tell you what, though. It's added drama. It's definitely adding to the narrative of this match. It's adding a bit more to the intrigue because we don't quite know how it's going to play out. But, yeah, I think I would rather he made weight and we just, carried on as we are. But he hasn't. This is where we find ourselves. And now we've just got, I don't know, there's something exciting and entertaining about chaos. Do you know what I mean? Think about those big brawls that happen in like pro wrestling. I know they happen too much in AEW, but like, you know, when Brock's being kept apart from Roman, there's like loads of people coming down, the locker room has to come down, like that kind of chaos. There's something quite entertaining and exciting about that. And that is what this is. It's like a nuclear bomb that's gone off in UFC today. So looking at the fallout and, you know, what Daniel's been saying, really interesting stuff about the scales potentially being off backstage. What are the repercussions there? You know, we're waiting to hear from Dana. What's Dana going to say? A statement's just come out about he'll be #1 contender if he wins. Like, it's all breaking news. It's all quite exciting. Like, I don't know, man. I'm here for the ride. I'm here for the journey. And you never quite, you know, that journey is never quite a straight road. And we're taking some twists and turns here. I mean, it's a big, big narrative that's dropped today that's going to really play into tomorrow. And there's tons to talk about with it. So, yeah, we'll obviously see how it affects him. But I do hate it when fighters miss weight. I do hate it when fighters miss weight because all of a sudden, where you're looking forward to a fight, all of a sudden now, you know, you could make the argument of, well, does Oliveira have an unfair advantage? He's got half a pound on Gaethje. He's half a pound heavier already. So, is that an unfair advantage? Certainly last week where Rob Funk came in 2.5 pounds heavier, you could have made an argument that he had a big unfair advantage. So, I'm not a fan of people missing weight. But when it comes to like this big championship and like, is it the right thing for him to be stripped of the title and all that? I think it's just part of the narrative. Jay Lethal making his way down. I think the face-off between Gaethje and Oliveira tonight, with everything that's happened, is going to be unreal, says Daniel. I came back from watching Doctor Strange. It was better than I expected. 3.5, says Retribution. Gyro Lamb said if Oliveira loses, it's going to be double bad for him. Okay, they're just showing him on AEW Dark. Half pound can get you into a lot of trouble. I can't wait for Darby Allin, Jeff Hardy on Wednesday. That'll be a great match, says Kyle. Okay, we're about to get going with our main event of the evening. Bit of a weird main event, this one. I sort of feel like they probably could have done with a better main event for this show. Maybe they're anticipating that the time change is going to cause like a lot of disruption. But would have thought that a juicy main event would have, you know, got people tuning in. I don't know. Is this going to get people tuning in? This feels like a dark match. Did anyone watch Chester Races? I don't know what that is. Leave your love for Thug Rose on the side. If you was Dana, would you look to make Thug Rose Esparza the main event now? No. No. There's a couple of reasons for that. First of all, Gaethje can still win the lightweight title. Everyone's talking about the lightweight championship. It's the talk of the town right now. It's undeniably the focus of this weekend. It was the focus of this weekend anyway, because you've got two incredible fighters. I think, like, isn't Oliveira on, like, an 11-fight win streak, and Justin Gaethje just loves war. He just loves it, brings war. So, it's going to be an incredible fight. And, you know, it's in one of the most exciting divisions. And now all of this, I think, has only got people talking about it even more than they were. If there's a good chance that if everything had weighed in fine today and everything was fine, we wouldn't be talking about UFC as much as what we have. And you've got to think that's playing out all over the internet, in pubs, in bars, on forums, on live streams. It's the talk of the town. So I think for that, it stays the main event. And Gaethje, I think it might be a bit different if neither guy could win it. But because Gaethje could be and new, and Oliveira needs to win just to be the number one contender, I think it can still keep its spot that way. The other reason is because Rose has actually said that she's really happy she's not the main event. Rose is trained by Trevor Whitman, who is the same guy that trains Justin Gaethje. So Rose and Gaethje train together, and they've got a really close bond, good relationship. And she gets nervous for his fights, and wants him to succeed and everything. So if she was watching his fight before hers, and Trevor Whitman was out there with Gaethje and not backstage with her, it's going to hamper her preparation, basically. Look, this is something that you've got to just suck up and deal with. But Rose has actually said she prefers the fact that Gaethje's on after, because hopefully she can win her match, sit backstage, watch Gaethje, cheer him on, safe in the knowledge that her work is done. If she was the main event, then it would be a big distraction for her, what with him being on just before. So I think for a few reasons, keep it as it is. Do you think the news of Oliveira takes more eyes away from Canelo or the other way around? I don't think people will not watch UFC now because the card's too good. I mean, like Chandler Ferguson is an amazing fight. Thug Rose is just loved by the MMA community. That's a great title fight. And now you've got this fight where Gaethje could be champion, and the hype is just, it's bigger. I think this fight has got bigger. I think this event is bigger now. I think what's happened today is gonna be a positive for the people that tune in. So will more people choose this over Canelo? I maybe like than what were before. Maybe. I don't think less. I really don't think less. I don't think that people are gonna go, oh, Oliveira can't retain now, I'm not gonna watch it. If you're an Oliveira fan, you're feeling for him and you want it. If you're an Oliveira fan, he needs your support now the more than ever. If you're a Gaethje fan, wow, what happens now? I mean, if you're an Oliveira or a Gaethje fan, you was watching this anyway. If you're a UFC fan, you was watching this anyway. But I think the casuals that are like having to make a decision, I think there's a real story here now that's really going around the world, and I think it only makes this event bigger. So I think UFC 274 in a roundabout way wins because of this. We're fighting on the outside. Into the railing goes, is it Taxita? I think they announced him as. I hate when boxing and UFC fall on the same day. I will be back later, Anna. Shout out to you. Will they change the main event? I don't think so, for the reasons that we just went through. But who knows? They could. I mean, they could. Who knows what Dana White's thinking right now? It'd be fascinating to know his thoughts. Don't know if he's going to make a statement or what, but... what are your thoughts on Candice LeRae letting her contract expire? WWE has lost a lot of talent like Dakota, Tegan, Tony Ember, Mia Yim. Yeah, but a lot of that talent was talent they parted ways with, so that was a calculated move on their part. A couple of names there they didn't want to lose, but I don't think they're going to be too worried about it. Like, I promise you, Vince is not giving it a second thought. I think I don't think Candice would want to go to NXT and work if Johnny wasn't there. And with Johnny being undecided on his future, because I feel like he is. I really genuinely feel like he's telling the truth. I feel like when he left NXT and he said he didn't know what the future was going to hold, I believe him. I don't think he is that joker. If he is, and I'm wrong, then fair play. Fair play. I mean, yeah, I've got nothing that I can say to it. I just don't think... I think they've just had a kid, and Johnny is someone that's a family man. There's a lot of wrestlers that I think can enjoy the road or can tolerate the road. And I think Johnny strikes me as someone that is more about being with Candice, having a family. He's just spent how many years just living in Florida, going to the same building like week after week after week. It was either Full Sail or the Performance Center, and that was it. And then, all right, they might do a little loop around Florida and maybe the occasional takeover. But come on, nothing compared to what the main roster do, where they're in a different place every week, doing house shows and everything. And you can't even compare the NXT schedule to what they do on the main roster. So, yeah, I think Johnny genuinely wants to be with his family, genuinely wants to... take some time away to think things through. There's been a lot of change. A lot of people have left. And I think he wants to figure out what his next step is. I can understand Candice not wanting to re-sign. If she re-signs, she's committing for a couple of years to a company that she doesn't know that Johnny's returning to. In fact, more likely than not, is not returning to NXT. If he does return, he'll go main roster. Jumping knee. Distraction on the outside. Referee distracted. Jay Lethal down. 2. Kick out. So, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I'm not surprised she hasn't re-signed. I would imagine WWE probably thought she wouldn't. Because, again, why re-sign for a few years to a company that your husband is no longer a part of? Jeff should retire. He's too slow from all the bumps, says Finbar. Did you get a chance to watch the Broken Skull sessions? No, not yet. I might try and do it after. I'm sure it'll be interesting. I'm sure there'll be some quotable moments in there. But, no, I've not had a chance to watch it yet. Roll up by Lethal. 2. Just a 2. Against the ropes. Lethal injection by Jay Lethal. 1, 2, 3, and Jay Lethal wins. Lethal gets the victory. I'm going to start giving myself a weight that I need to be before UFC events. We should all do that. That'd be a good way of keeping a track of your weight, watching what you eat. Not only do the fighters have to weigh in for every week's show, but you do as well as fans. That could be a fun way of doing it. Right, they're beating up this guy. Someone's going to make the save, I'm sure. Wait a second. OMG. It's Best Friends. Best Friends making the save. So it looks like we're building towards Best Friends against Satnam Singh and Jay Lethal, by the looks of it. Grant said, Lethal Injection is my favourite finisher. James said, I think the mystery guy will be Davey Boy Smith Jr. That would be great. I saw you suggest that on Twitter, and I think it's a really good shout. I think that'd be... It's perfect for this, isn't it? It's perfect for this. Orange Cassidy on the edge of the ring, staring at Satnam Singh. Satnam Singh coming over. Orange Cassidy jumps off the edge of the ring. Here's Samoa Joe. Joe making his way down to the ring. Security trying to hold Joe back. Do you think Jeff's ever going to win the AEW World title? Probably not. I mean, if he does, it won't be a long reign. The only reason I think they could look to do it is because he's such a big name that if Jeff Hardy wins the AEW title, it's an easy way to get some headlines. So it's an easy way to trend. It's an easy way to get attention. It's an easy way to connect with some of those wrestling fans that, don't watch anymore. You might, the news of him winning might get around. You certainly wouldn't put it on him because he's, looking great these days. I think he is several steps behind where he was. So I don't think he gets it these days on merit, but maybe if you want a trend and you want to grab attention, then you would look to do it. But to be perfectly truthful, I think there's better options. Am I the only one that doesn't care about Satnam Singh, says James? I think he's better than Amos. I think he's one of the better giants. He seems to get it a little bit more than, how to be a big guy than some of the others. But, yeah, I can't say that I lose my mind when he walks out. Right. I've got NXT on at the moment, actually, this spring break-in, which is on just before SmackDown will begin. SmackDown will begin in an hour and a half. We've got an hour and a half now after AEW Rampage, so I might get distracted because I still haven't seen this. Are you doing any football tomorrow, or is your sole focus on UFC? I feel like there might be a game. Liverpool-Tottenham, which feels like quite a big game. To be perfectly truthful, I really have gone back and forth as to whether to do it or not because my sole focus is UFC. It's such a big show that I don't want to, wear myself out. I want to make sure that I'm fresh, and more than that, how the computer glitches. Like, if I stream longer than really I need to, I run the risk that at some point it's just going to do that. So I've got a few reasons as to why, keep going back and forth on it. But currently, we're looking pretty good for Liverpool against Tottenham. It is one of the games I've got actually listed to do. And I'm sure that's tomorrow and not Sunday. So, yeah. While you're waiting for SmackDown, you could watch the Volta versus Cara Noir match. I could, but I don't think sitting here watching that chatting away would be the politest thing to do. Be a little bit distracted, but it is still on my agenda. The only good thing on Rampage was Rio. Other than that, I give it a 6, says James. Is SmackDown still starting at 1? Yes. Yes. Me and Anna can do fan cams. Do it. Daz said, what about United Brighton? No. The only thing that's listed for tomorrow would be the Liverpool game. And I think the only reason we'd even look to do that is because it's the late game in the day. I'm sure it's the late game. I don't know when United Brighton are, but equally it doesn't matter. My focus tomorrow is 100% UFC. Why don't you operate on any other social media? I do. There's a Wrestling Days Twitter account. There's a UFC Days Twitter account. There's a Wrestling Days Instagram. There's a Wrestling Days Facebook page. There's a UFC Days Facebook page. I was thinking of TikTok. Not to, make special videos for TikTok. Don't go thinking I'm going to start doing dancing. But this is why I love the shorts. A lot of people ask me, why do you do shorts now? Why are you doing shorts? Do proper videos. But the truth is that those shorts can go in so many places. If you do a 10-minute video, you can only really put that on YouTube. You won't be able to get it onto Twitter. I don't think you could get it onto Facebook. I don't know, to be honest. You might be able to. You can't get it onto Instagram. So it limits where you can put it. To be honest, I'm just kind of getting to the point where I just want to, get videos done, just get them out there and people see them. So I really like the idea of like getting him as many places as possible now. So I'm really into that, and I think the shorts lend themselves really well to that as well. So, and because they're shorts and they're only like a minute long, don't make the mistake of thinking work doesn't go into them. It took me nearly 4 hours to do my UFC predictions short, which was 1 minute long. Nearly 4 hours to do a 1 minute video, because the voiceover was fairly simple and quick, but the graphics that were needed is what took the time in order to, actually get the video out. So it's not that they're, only a minute to make or whatever. I wish they can. Some can be very quick, but some of them can take hours and hours. I remember doing the WrestleMania predictions. Honestly, I think they took about 12 hours for the WrestleMania predictions, and they're only a minute long. But I think if you saw that video, you could probably tell that a lot of work had gone into it. So, yeah, I like them for that reason, but I am on other social media platforms. Predictions for who will be the WWE Champion and Universal Champ by the end of the year. No idea. No idea, because there's talk of a draft that's happening in September. So, I mean, my hope is that it would be Roman. Whether the wrestling fans are going to be patient enough to get through to the end of the year, because I think once the crowd starts turning and they start getting fed up, will Vince stick with Roman? I mean, he might do, because Vince might have it in his mind that he wants Roman against The Rock, and he wants the Universal title to be on the line. So, Vince right now might be thinking to himself, Roman ain't losing that belt before we do that Rock match. I do think he loses the WWE. I do think Cody will get it at some point this year. I think it'll be this year, but it might not be. But I'm thinking Cody could get the WWE. I quite fancy Roman to still be Universal. But honestly, it's going to be so interesting once that draft happens. It'll be very, very interesting to see how things play out. Liverpool versus Spurs kicks off at 7:45. Oh, well, that's why it's on my radar then. So it's on my radar because my plan must have been do that and then go straight into UFC. So that's the only reason why. If that game had been at 3 or 12, we wouldn't have touched it. How do you think there's a chance of Roman challenging John Cena for SummerSlam? No, because they did it last year. Roman, John Cena was last year's SummerSlam, so no, I don't think that will happen. I don't think they'll do the same thing again. Did you see the reports about WWE being impressed with Big Cass's AEW debut? I did, and I don't know where they came from. Like, I don't know if that's come from Meltzer. I don't know if it's come from Sean Ross Sapp. I don't know if it's come from a trusted source. But I watched his debut, and I thought he was all right, but he didn't impress me. So, I mean, the only thing I would say is that his physique was impressive. So, I mean, if they were impressed with what they saw from him on AEW, that immediately says to me that they are not watching Impact. Because apparently he's been in Impact, and I've got to think his physique has looked exactly the same in Impact. He didn't do anything in the ring that was that impressive. He, as I said during the match, he was very quiet with the crowd. There was only a couple of times, and they had to start, really. They started chanting, "We want Enzo, no we don't," and that got a reaction out of him. But he was, like, very quiet, and, I mean, like, that might have been what they asked him to do. They might have said to him, like, this is about Wardlow. This is the Wardlow story. We don't want you to come in and, like, steal the spotlight. This is, like, we're trying to get Wardlow over. It would be weird, though, for that to be the case. Like, for them to have that conversation with him, because this is also a big opportunity for him to shine. And I thought he was fine. I thought he had good look. He looked way better than when he was in WWE. But he was very just quiet, went about his business. And I can't say that he really did anything that impressed me. So, I don't know. I don't know if there's any truth to that, to be honest. Because the only thing that really caught my eye was his physique. And if WWE are really impressed by his physique, that would suggest they're probably not watching Impact. And I've got to think they are. You know, I know people joke about Impact and its ratings and whatnot, but I got to think they're watching Impact. Because, you know, talent is everywhere, isn't it? And it'd be like Man United not watching what's going on in the South American League or the Belgian League, or they're probably not, in all fairness. But, like, you should be. You should be scouring the world for the best of the best. So I'd have to think someone at WWE is watching these promotions. I'd like to think someone in WWE is watching Progress and watching MLW and watching New Japan. And do you know what I mean? In fact, it's exactly what Paul Heyman said. Paul Heyman did a sit-down interview with Ariel Helwani where he was saying that, like, what he does a lot of is watching these shows because he wants to be able to tell his tribal chief. He was doing it in character. But he was saying, I need to be able to tell my tribal chief who these people are before they even show up. You know, if someone's ripping it up in Puerto Rico and they come to WWE, I need to give my tribal chief the advantage. And he needs to know who this person is. So he was saying he watched a lot of other promotions and then I think went into a conversation about Strikeforce and all this kind of stuff. But I thought it was very interesting. I hope there's a tinge of truth to it because I do think they should be watching these other promotions. He also spoke about the fact that, you know, there could be something in the presentation that they're doing that I then want to report back. And I thought that was an excellent point because it's true, isn't it? Someone could be doing something with a camera angle or could be doing something with the presentation. Eddie Hearn went to UFC London and in a recent interview said he was really surprised they don't announce the fighters when they first walk out. So he said that, you know, he was just inside the arena, music would play, and out the fighter would come, and there was no announcement. It was only when they got into the octagon they did the announcement. And he was like, I thought that was really interesting. Not better, not worse, just different. And, you know, that's the kind of thing that if, you know, you would notice if you're putting on a show and watching other shows and everything. So it's important that WWE is aware of, you know, what others are doing. Do you think Roman went into business for himself, wanting a tag team unification? No. WWE Spiteful said, do you think Drew versus Roman could go on till Survivor Series? Yeah, to be honest, on and off. It's going to be hard to stretch it out that long, but I think there might be the odd challenger that gets in the way. But yeah, I think this is going to be the major feud. The only thing I would say is that apparently, we touched on it just, but there's going to be a draft that happens, a WWE draft, and it's scheduled for September time. So that would suggest that once we get to September, it's going to shake things up. So there is maybe a chance that we get Roman, Drew till September, and then they might end up on different brands. So it's really hard to say, but could they stretch it out that far? I would say yes. I mean, it's May now. That would mean like 6 months. You know, have we seen stories go for 6 months? Yeah, we have. You know, we've just done Happy Corbin, Madcap Moss, and Drew McIntyre. That went for over 4 months. So, you know, if you could do something with Roman and Drew, then I've got to think that you could stretch that out, yes. So, yes, I do think there's a chance of that. I'm not saying we will, though, to be honest, or they will go that way, because, as we said, that draft in September, I think, is very significant. Wrestling Days 2.0. Hello. I'm new here. Days should do TikTok. It's great. You can do 15 seconds or 3 minutes. That's interesting. I didn't know that you could do 3-minute videos. That is interesting. I do like that. To be honest, I would not be making new content for it, mainly because I'm so desperate for time to actually make videos on the channel that I do not have time to be making separate TikToks. But it's just another way of getting stuff out. Do you know what I mean? It's just another avenue to get some stuff out there. I really like that. So, yeah, I could definitely see there being a TikTok. It's on my list of things to look at. This is the kind of stuff that takes time. Do you know what I mean? Like setting up a TikTok, thinking about what goes on there, linking it and all that kind of stuff. Like, I really need to do better at that. I don't think I really need, like, you know, here's my Twitter, here's my Instagram, I need all of that, really. I just want to, once the football season ends, I just want to do videos. I just want to make videos, get them out, get them in all those places. And once that's done, on to the next video. And then on a Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we stream. And a Saturday, of course. And really, this is what I'm saying. This is why I'm not thinking about the football channel. My focus is on all of that. So, Days, Edward is being a coward. Is Money in the Bank still scheduled to be the same time as UFC? I'm sure that UFC card will be tasty as well. I think it is. Again, you know, it's a bit further down the road. I only worry about things on a kind of week-by-week basis. So we'll cross that bridge once we get to it. But I mean, look, if it's a UFC pay-per-view, which I think it is, that will take priority. Would we have Money in the Bank on in the background? Sure. But I can't see the wrestling community and the MMA community getting on in the chat. I mean, it could be absolute flipping carnage. So what can you do, eh? What can you do? Shouldn't be on the same night, should they? That's we predicted this would be a problem, and it is going to show itself at times. Who do you think would win out of Rousey Flair at Backlash? Rousey, do you think Flair could get the win? She could. I don't expect her to. I think that Rousey is the person people expected to win at WrestleMania, and she didn't, and now it's become a bit more clear as to why. It's because they're doing this rematch, and I'm sure she'll win there instead. So, how would you feel about Roman fighting Drew and the belt on the line? Roman wins, melts the belt, and makes a new belt out of it. I wouldn't like it. I wouldn't like it because I think you're already seeing on Raw that it's a problem not having a champion around. So there's no champion on Raw at the moment because Roman's got both belts. And I just think WWE in this day and age is too big to not have two champions. I think it worked back in the day when the roster was smaller and, you know, in the 90s and 80s and all of that because, yeah, the roster was smaller. It wasn't the size that it is now. But I think now you've got two shows. They're on different networks. Both networks want a champion. I think you can only do one story at one time. So that means the champion's always going to be on one show rather than on both. And so if the champion's not around, you know, it's a bit like when Brock had the belt and he wasn't around and people hated it. It really feels like a big part of Raw is missing. You know, our biggest story is probably the Seth, Cody, or RK-Bro Usos. They're trying to keep Roman around maybe in that way. But he's been absent for a good few weeks. And I do feel like it just feels like something's missing. I would like to see the champion around, to be honest. I like the idea of one champion, but I think you would have to end the brand split. And I think you'd need a smaller roster. Or you would need to really change the mid-card belts and make them feel more prestigious and really have a look at how you book things. Because it feels to me like the mid-card belts still feel like mid-card belts. I can't say the mid-card belts feel like big deals. I mean, Theory, he's not been around that long on the main roster. He's the one champ and Ricochet's the other. You know, these mid-card belts, it's not as if we've got Seth Cody fighting over the Intercontinental. And the Intercontinental, or the United States, on Raw. The United States is not taking the place whilst the champ's away type thing. Do you know what I mean? It feels like the mid-card belt is still where it was, and above that is just no champion. Do you know what I mean? Like, we've just got, Cody and Seth and Kevin Owens arguing with Ezekiel, but there's no, like, championship feud, and I think it's missing. I think to have just one belt, I think, isn't the right way forward right now. James said, did you see Malcolm Bivens' video? Yes and no. Feel free to tell me what it said. I saw him say that, pardon the pun or something, but I'm going to control my narrative. And then did people boo? And then he said something like, settle down. You know, I've just been let go or I've just been fired, so give me some respect or something. I don't know. I saw the video and I saw some subtitles and I was just reading the start of those, but it wasn't enough to get me to click on it, so I don't know exactly what he said. So feel free to let me know if you did watch it, what Malcolm Bivens said. I would agree with what you're saying. Raw is missing something. I really like, it's a great conversation because I really like one champion. I think one world champion makes sense. I think if you look at boxing, they try to unify belts where they can. We just had Katie Taylor unifying her division. She'd already unified it, but she won all those belts. Obviously, a lot of people want to see Tyson Fury face Joshua or Usyk, and then heavyweight boxing would be unified as well, and then you'd still have 4 belts, but one person would hold them all. I think that, like, just one champion rather than having 2 is better. So I do disagree with myself to a degree that, the one champ is better, but just not now. Because now I think the roster's too big and there's a brand split and both shows are on different networks. So for me right now, doesn't feel like the right time for one champion. But I think going forwards, I would love to see there be just one world champion, because I think that's how it should be. I mean, there should only be one world champion. There should only be one best in the world. Who's the best in the world? Is it person A? Is it person B? Who's the best in the world? And you only need one belt to represent that. But as I keep coming back to, 2 shows, big roster, 2 brands, different networks. I understand why we have the 2, and it does feel like something is missing on Raw at the moment. Liv would smash Ronda Rousey, says Wes. Wrestling Days 2.0 said, why do people think I'm this Edward Brown guy? I'm from New York, and I've got 2 kids. Why would I lie about who I am? What are your kids' names? Wrestling Days 2.0. What's your kids' names? Maybe people can ask you questions to... Because if you're telling the truth, you'll be able to remember all the different answers you give, wouldn't you? I mean, you wouldn't get confused if you was telling the truth. So maybe people could ask you a few fun questions to see if they can try and catch you out. No one. Ronda needs a manager. She can't keep up with Charlotte. This go around Charlotte and then on to the next level. I think if she got a manager, it would be a big benefit for her. I think that her promo skills are lacking. And I know that people were talking about how she's got this disability, or she had a disability of some kind that affected her speech when she was young. She's still... I still feel like that is... I don't know how much of a disability it is in her adult life, to be honest. I don't know if that's something that has carried over. Regardless, I think that it's a distraction that would be a benefit if a manager did the talking for her and actually built up the fights. What you need, and I said this before, there's no one out there telling you what this woman has done. Like, if you haven't watched UFC, or you're not, you've heard of Ronda Rousey, but you don't know what she's achieved, someone needs to be telling you what this woman has done and why she is the baddest woman in the world. Like, she was an Olympian. She won the first female judo medal for the USA. I mean, she is, just for that, surely a hero for the USA. She won your first ever female judo Olympic medal. She's an Olympic medalist. So she went to the Olympic Games, and she's the first female to medal and win a medal for the USA. Like, why, just that one drum alone, why are people not banging that drum? She went to the Olympic Games and got you a medal. And she's the first female to achieve that. I feel like just that point alone, you could drill home. And then, I mean, do you want to go into the fact she's the first Strikeforce female champion? She was the first female champion in UFC. She was in the first ever UFC women's fight, which she won. Blew the doors off women's sport and just gave so many women opportunities. Dana White famously said women will not fight in the UFC. He was not interested. He got interviewed in the street and said, no, they won't fight in the UFC. No way. Then he saw Ronda Rousey and he was like, we're going to have a women's division. Because he saw like she was a killer. She was attractive, super marketable, and she was getting the job done. And he could see that she was gaining social media followers, and there was there was like the hype around her, and she was like, I want her. And it's because of Ronda that they, started women's fighting in UFC. She's an absolute killer, trailblazer, and you can't tell the history of female sport without the name Ronda Rousey. But no one says this stuff. No one is out there saying this on her behalf. The commentators might say a little thing every now and again, but she just has to come out with a microphone and just, try and be a bit sassy or something on a promo that she's not very good at. Like how Paul Heyman comes out and he's like, you're reigning, defending. It's not, he's like giving it like this big gravitas. That's what she needs. She needs someone out there hammering these points home so that when she walks out, the fans can be like, do you know what? I didn't like this girl, but respect. After everything I've learned about her or heard about her that I wasn't aware of before, respect. And like have someone like build her up and really hit home what this woman's done, because she is a pioneer, an absolute pioneer. It's just that she's not really treated that way, which is really, really weird. Because they must be spending a lot of money on her. And it's just really weird that they're just chucking her out there. So, yeah, I mean, Paul Heyman absolutely should be her manager. Absolutely. It needs to be someone credible. And the only problem you've got is that Paul Heyman is, quite a big guy. He's not tall, but, he's got a bit of chunk. And her standing next to him is not going to look... This is hard, isn't it? How do you have a male manager? Do you know what you might have to do? You might have to put a platform in the ring. You might have to put, like, a plinth of some kind in the ring and have her stand on that so that she is elevated above him so that he can look up and do, like, a lot of that kind of gesture. Like, looking up and, this is Ronda Rousey type thing. And have her on this, like, plinth on a pedestal. Put her on a pedestal type thing and have him, like, looking up at her. That's how it should be. If they're just side by side, it's not going to work. It's going to look weird because of the height difference, and he's so much bigger than her. Do you know what I mean? It's really hard to be like, this is a killer, and she's, like, down here. Hello. So, yeah, you'd have to... The presentation would be super important, but, yeah, I agree. They should look at it. They really should. My son is called Jackson, and my daughter is called Rosie. Oh. What's the surname? What's the name of Jackson's best friend, and what's the name of Rosie's best friend? And what are the surnames? I'm just helping you out here because all you've got to do is just, give some information. If it's all the truth, you'll remember it all, won't you? If you're lying, though, you might get super confused. with, like, what was your son's name and what was the friend's name and how old is the friend and how old's your son and what's the daughter's name and what's the surname and where does the friend live and what's your address, you might get confused. If you was lying. Days, is it true Raw is at MSG on the 25th of July? Just about an hour ago it was announced. If it's announced by WWE, then yes. But we were streaming. We started streaming at 10:30, so I haven't seen it. Miss Cam 1 said, are there any wrestlers, legends you think deserves a figure? Yes, Buddy Rogers. 100%. And Bull Nakano. Buddy Rogers, though, would be top of my list because he's the first ever WWE champion. So I would love a Buddy Rogers figure. The first ever WWE champion. He didn't hold it very long because he dropped the belt to Bruno. But I just think that the first ever WWE champion, imagine a figure of him with the first ever WWE championship as the accessory. Like, that would be, dare I say, my dream figure. My dream figure. The first ever champion and the first ever championship. I really love Origins. I love going back. I love seeing how things started. So, like, I'm fascinated by how did we get here type stuff, you know? So, that's why I love going back into old wrestling history. I love looking at how WWE started, how it's formed. You know, I love all of that kind of stuff. So for me, that's why I've always had a fascination with Bruno. And I love the fact that it feels like wrestling was in the dark ages until WrestleMania happened. It wasn't, of course, but in this day and age, you can only watch what was recorded. So any house shows that weren't taped are lost forever. And a lot of what was happening, you know, I don't know if it was recorded in the 60s. I mean, like, if you think that wrestling was vibrant in the 60s, well, where's all that footage? Where's the footage? Where, you know, you can get DVD collections of the 80s and the 90s and the Attitude Era. Where's the 60s? Where's the 50s? Wrestling was huge. It wasn't like nothing was happening and then WrestleMania happened. Absolutely not. Wrestling was huge. Some of the wrestling had boom periods all throughout, like, you know, the 1900s. It was massive at certain points. I've said before, when TV first started, one of the biggest stars on TV was Gorgeous George, who was a wrestler. Wrestling was cheap to make, great on TV because you just need a camera, and great action. You know, it was perfect for television. Perfect. So that it was massively popular, wrestling, in like the 40s, 50s, after the war. Massively popular. So I think that this idea that, like, wrestling, you know, just wasn't really a thing, and then WrestleMania happened, it could not be further from the truth. So for me, I love looking back in that history, trying to, you know, find out a few little bits, see what I can watch, see what I can find. I do like to think as well, like, if there was a WrestleMania in, like, 1966, what would the main event have been? If there was a WrestleMania in 1970, what would the main event have been? If there was a WrestleMania in 1977, what would the main event have been? What would the card have looked like? No denying Bruno would have dominated WrestleManias in the 60s. Dominated. And maybe the first WrestleMania would have been, for that first championship, would have been Buddy against Bruno. Maybe that would have been that could have been the very first WrestleMania main event, Buddy Rogers versus Bruno Sammartino. I think it was 63. That could have, you know, that could have been the first ever WrestleMania. But it wasn't around, and it wouldn't be around for another 20 years. So just because, like, you might not have heard of some of these people, doesn't mean that wrestling was dead or not relevant or not important or not as exciting or whatever. Like, yeah, I'd love a Buddy Rogers. That would be my top. If you want a more modern answer, then I would say, I would say the Steiner brothers. Steiner brothers have never had a Mattel figure. It's got to be a really good chance they get one now. They've gone in the Hall of Fame, though. And I think Rick Steiner's been on NXT as well, so it's probably a really good chance that the Steiners do now get Mattel figures. I would say that's something people would be really, really looking forward to, would be Steiner brothers figures. So I'll go for that. Do people talk about Liz Carmouche, though? She was the first lady to fight as well with Ronda, and the first to come through to announce that she was a lesbian. That's a massive thing. Liz Carmouche is probably only known in UFC circles because she was in that first fight, but she lost it, and Ronda's star power just eclipsed everything. You know, Ronda, it's not like Ronda had that one fight and then lost the second. You know, she went on, I'm not sure what her win streak was, to be honest, about 5-6 wins. You know, she went up against Miesha Tate, beat Miesha Tate. She went up against Sarah McMahon. Obviously, the win against Liz Carmouche. So, yeah, there's probably about 5 wins until she loses to Holly Holm. But I just feel like Ronda's star power just, you know, destroyed everyone else, basically. No one could match what Ronda was doing. So, no, I mean, it'd be good if people did talk about Liz Carmouche because she was in that first women's match. But there was a clear and obvious winner of that match, and, you know, the winner takes the spoils. But it's crazy to me that in the UFC MMA community, Ronda is very, very well respected and in the Hall of Fame. And as I said, I think her presentation in UFC is wrong. I think that you know, people aren't told this stuff enough. She's not worshipped enough by someone. I think how Paul Heyman worships Roman, like, you know, the way he looks at him and worships the great, yes, my tribal chief, and all this kind of stuff. Like, no one's doing that for Ronda. And I understand she's a face, so you maybe don't want to go quite to those lengths. But goddamn, all the stuff this woman's achieved. Like, the fact that she just has to go out there and just fumble her way through a promo, which she struggles to do. And she hasn't got a manager and no one doing promos for her and no one telling the audience, like, what this woman has done. I mean, just in WWE alone, she was in the first ever women's main event of WrestleMania. You know what I mean? Like, just that alone puts you in, you know, rarefied air. Ronda, Becky, Charlotte forever go into WWE history. The first women to main event WrestleMania is huge. It's huge. It is huge. So, yeah. I mean, if you think about how much they banged on about Brock beating Undertaker, like, they could have banged on just as much about how Ronda was in the first ever main event of WrestleMania. Even though she lost it, she was still in it. So, yeah. Cut a long story short, I completely agree. If she had someone doing the talking for her, I think that would be really good. Now we know all 3 European finals. Are you doing all 3? No. I'm not probably going to do the Europa and Conference League because there's no English teams in them. But they will have appeal. But it's going to be definitely more limited now that there's no English sides in them. Champions League we would have done regardless because it's the biggest tournament. And, you know, it's got an English team in it anyway. So we'll be doing Champions League. It isn't common to have managers with face wrestlers. But if they can't cut a promo... Ronda's promos would be better if she learnt to insert some emotion into them, says Jim. Did you hear Candice LeRae's contract expired? I don't think Paige will resign her contract. I heard that, yeah. And if Paige resigns or doesn't really make a difference. Paige's contract, I think, is... I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a merch deal, a Legends deal... I don't know what it is, to be honest. What it is borderline free money. That's what it is. I mean, unless she's got something else lined up, unless she is going to try and return to the ring, and I don't think WWE would clear her for that. But if she was to try and return to the ring, she might try and go somewhere else. Unless she's got plans of doing that, then I would recommend she re-signed it, to be honest. Because that is just free money, isn't it? what does she even have to do for it? I think there's probably a little bit of guilt there because it's an injury she suffered whilst being in WWE that ended her career. And actually talking about that, I don't know if you heard the news about Big E. Big E has said that his back isn't healing optimally. So it's going to delay his recovery 4 to 6 weeks. And, well, I mean, honestly, who knows? So thoughts absolutely with Big E there. That's so bad, isn't it? So bad, so moody. I feel so sorry for him that this is the situation that he finds himself in. But as long as he makes a full recovery, like, that's the most important thing. It's just a real shame that it looks like it's taking a bit of time, you know. I took a risk with my Fantasy Premier League. Hopefully I've not made a mistake, says Shola. I've played my bench boost, by the way, this week. I took a 12-point hit last week. I've had a really rough about 3 weeks. I'm not panicking about it. You know, sometimes things go your way, sometimes things don't. But with all the double game weeks that are happening this week, this is the week I've chosen to play that bench boost, so I've gone with that. For Cody, when he wins, it's going to be a very special moment, says James. Ronda Rousey is a jobber, says Wes. Survivor Series 2022 is Saturday, November 26th in Boston. We'll have to ask Tommy if he's going to go along. I can't see Big E coming back. Hopefully he can make a full recovery. Definitely. Did you like the changes I made? Look good? Honestly, as long as everyone's playing and they're on form, you know my thoughts on the game. I think the game, you can make it as complicated as you want. But I think if you boil it down to, does everyone play? Are they in good form? Have they got good fixtures? Are they in good form? Are they playing each week? As long as you've got your team there, any little tweaks or changes you make are always a gamble. You know, who knows? Is Reece James better to have than Alonso? Who knows? I mean, this is the next level then, which is beyond me, which is where you sit down and you look at, like, players XG, and you look to see, like, how many expected goals different players have, and you can really get down some wormholes, which is way beyond what I do. What I do is, have they got good fixtures? Are they on form? Are they playing at the moment? Give me 15 of them players. If they're on form with great fixtures, give me 15 of them players. As long as I can, as long as they're not injured and whatever, then lovely stuff. So yeah, all the best. All the best. Ronda has what it takes to be presented like the baddest woman type. She does need a manager to praise heel style. What do you think about the Oliveira situation? I think Dana made the right call. Oh, I don't know. Has there been an update on that? I've not seen a Dana call. What is the Dana call? It's the talk of the town. Everyone's talking about it. So I know that he's had to vacate. Are you saying that that's the right thing to have him vacate? I mean, we have extensively covered it. Yeah, I can't see any like latest news, but it's this is what I said. It's such an exciting situation. Oh, here we go. UFC release an update. Due to the weight miss, Charles Oliveira will forfeit a percentage of his purse, but we don't know how much. As of this moment, Oliveira remains the lightweight champion, but upon the start of the main event headliner, he will vacate the title. So right now he's still champion then, but as soon as the match begins, he'll vacate it. The fight will proceed as scheduled, but the championship will only be on the line for Gaethje. If Oliveira wins, he will be the #1 contender for the vacant lightweight championship and will fight the next challenger for the undisputed title belt at a time and place to be determined. So he's the champ right now. He loses it when the fight starts. If he wins, he isn't the champion, but he gets to fight for the vacant title at the next fight. if Gaethje wins, well, Gaethje's won. I like the fact there's clarity to that tonight, because there's a lot of people that will be asking those questions. Well, what happens if he wins? So it's nice that there is clarity to that. But yeah, what a situation, man. What a situation. If you can't make weight, he deserves to have the title taken away, says Gary. Huge news for Chelsea tonight. What's the Chelsea news? I don't think Charles should have been forced to vacate the title, because the scales he used to weigh himself was calibrated wrong and said that he was on weight. Well, I'm a bit torn on it, to be honest. I mean, Daniel pointed this out earlier, and I'm a little bit torn on it because everyone else has been able to make weight, you know? So everyone else has done it. And also, if you're a fighter, it's your responsibility to know where your weight is. He will know going into today. He would have weighed himself, you know. It's not like he hasn't weighed himself and he's just hoping he's there or thereabouts. He'll have a good idea as to where he is going into today. So if there is an issue with the backstage scale, I think that's very interesting, needs to be investigated, and I agree, it is very interesting, and I don't know, to my knowledge, we've not had that situation before, so I'd be very interested to know what UFC would do about that. So I agree, it's a nice little intriguing debate, if you will, but equally, I think that he will have come into today knowing what he needed to do. Everyone else was surely in the same situation. I can't imagine that he was the only one using that dodgy scale backstage. So everyone else has done it. How has he not done it? So I don't know. There's definitely things to be looked at there. For now, 24 hours out, this is really all they can do. This is all they can do. You need clarity as to what's going to happen, because people need to know what's happening for the fight, don't they? So right now, as we're sat here, he's still champ. He loses it as soon as the fight starts. If they can do an investigation into it, then that would be interesting, because obviously not only is he on the verge of losing his belt, he's on the verge of losing some of his money as well. And money has been a big talking point in UFC. But not only have you got all of that, at least they've come out and said, look, if he wins, he will be challenging for that title next time. So it's kind of, there's definitely things that need to be resolved, and it's definitely not ideal. And I hope there is an investigation, but I think for what they can do right now, I think they're probably doing the right thing. But it's very interesting. Days, looking forward to the commentary. If Oliveira wins, Days would be the champion. Yes, Eric, you're absolutely right, mate. That's exactly what they should do. They should give the belt to this community. I can't wait for tomorrow. I've got all my notes ready. I'm super excited for it. It's one of the biggest UFC cards of the year. I mean, the fights are insane. I mean, I am such a stan for Thug Rose. I'm so up for that fight. But yeah, I don't want to talk too much about it, because this is obviously a SmackDown stream, but I think you can sense the excitement, and this news tonight has just, I think, really helped the show, because I think it's the talk of the town tonight, and if you didn't know there was a UFC event on, you do now. There is an update on Matt Law's Twitter. What if the fight is postponed? Is he still champion? I don't know, you know. That's a really interesting question. If the fight's postponed and it doesn't go ahead, well, the fight never happened. They said he's champion till the fight starts. So if the fight's postponed, then no, he wouldn't lose the title. No. Because the fight never started. It's a really good point. That's really interesting. Victor Maljob was saying, I don't believe it. Do you think they will do Cody Roman in the Garden show with a screw job finish? No. Any show they're going to do where there's going to be any any show where there's going to be a title change would be on TV. If you're saying, would they do Cody Roman and Cody doesn't win the belt because he gets screwed over, then yes, I could see that. But if you mean it's going to be like a Cody winning the belt by a screwy finish or something, then no, I don't see that. I think that Garden show is not a televised thing, I don't believe. So if Cody's winning the belt, it's going to get shown. They have done it a few times where belts change hands at house shows, but they would not end Roman's reign that way. No way. No way. If the fight is postponed, he would be number one contender and face the next in line, which would be Justin. I don't know. Because they said that right now he's the champion, but he loses the belt once the fight starts. Well, if the fight never starts, he never loses the belt. And they'd have to re-weigh in for that next fight. So, I don't know. I think it's a really good question. It's probably one we're not going to have to worry about, though, to be honest, because I'm fully expecting there to be a fight tomorrow. Cody wins the belt, keeps it for a month, and then gets buried, said Ernesto. We are actually, amazingly, only 39 minutes away from SmackDown. So actually starting, as early as what we did has not been a problem at all. I didn't think it would be, but yeah, and obviously UFC news to talk about. Not loads of WWE news, in all fairness. I don't know how excited people are for Sunday. It's not really got the wrestling world buzzing, to be honest. I don't think the card's quite right. It just doesn't feel like a big show. So, yeah, I don't think they've got this one quite right, to be honest. But, as I've said in my predictions video, there's every chance we get some surprises or some as a result. So, maybe we get Bayley coming back. Maybe we get someone joining the House of Edge. Maybe we get something along those lines. Because we absolutely could do with something on that WrestleMania Backlash. Edward says, hello, I've not forgotten about the bets. Edward, shout out to you. I can't see WWE giving someone a clean win over Roman, says Shoggoth. Channel name said, imagine Cena beats Roman, then Cody beats Cena. Cody versus Cena is a dream match. Classic NWA wrestling, says Brandon. The news is Todd has signed a contract to become our new owner. What's this for? Chelsea. Is this Chelsea news, Jordan? Are you telling me that Chelsea now has a new owner? Let me go on the BBC website. I'm sure it'd be on there. There's nothing on BBC. Although it does say Man United snubbed January striker plea, says Rangnick. Manchester United snubbed Ralph Rangnick's plea to bring in a new striker in January. United loaned Martial to Sevilla. Cavani was struggling with an injury and Mason Greenwood unavailable. They highlighted a few strikers that moved in that window. The answer was no, there is no player that can help us. I still believe we should have tried in those last 48 hours. The board now sees it the same way, but they spoke to the scouting department at the same time, and the answer was no. Computer said no. I'm not going to be able to be in the stream tomorrow because I'm going to a house show. Have fun. Have fun. Drafted in September, we could see NXT get drafted. I don't know if they would draft NXT. I can't remember if they drafted any NXT last time, to be honest. I can't remember if, did Aaliyah come up that way? There might have been a couple that got moved, but in all fairness, a lot of them down in NXT are new, aren't they? There's a lot of them that are green as grass. That, you might look at a Bron Breakker. and an LA Knight, because he hasn't officially come up, has he? But majority of them need to stay in NXT. What are your thoughts on AJ sticking with Sky Sports and not fighting on DAZN exclusively? I don't really understand that, to be honest. I don't understand. I didn't know that AJ had the ability to do that. I thought that it was Matchroom that sorted all of that stuff, so I don't really get that deal. I don't really understand that. I thought you signed with a promoter, and then the promoter dealt with all of that, so I must admit I was a bit like, don't get this. Don't really understand how this works, because he's with Eddie Hearn, and Eddie Hearn has got an agreement with DAZN. But, I mean, like, for AJ, you know, Sky Sports would come in and want, you know, a piece of that as well, but AJ's now signed with Sky. I don't get it. I don't get it. So I can't really comment on it, to be honest, because I haven't quite got my head around it. They'll do Cody Roman in the Garden. They'll do a screwy finish. They did that to my dad in the Garden, and they did that to Cody and put some heat on it. Oh, so they'll... I see what you're saying now. So they'll screw Cody out of the belt at the Garden. It's a nice story. Just like Dusty, like, it was a count out, wasn't it? I think. So, yeah, maybe Cody wins the match by count out, just like his dad. And then he recreates the moment where he's got the belt in the corner, and maybe they could then have the two pictures side by side. That would seem like a WWE thing to do, yeah. It's a good shout. I can see him doing that. Fabrizio Romano tweeted 30 minutes ago. Is it what? Tweeted the Chelsea news? God, we're all over the road, aren't we, today? In all fairness, there's not loads of... there's not loads of WWE news. Man City have signed a new midfielder once the Haaland saga is over. Paul Pogba has been discussed internally. Still nothing advanced, and PSG in the race. De Jong, highly rated but expensive. Huge news for Chelsea. A consortium led by Todd Bowley has signed a contract by Chelsea. The deal to end Abramovich ownership will go through, subject to Premier League and UK government approval. It's a work in progress. Okay. So that's looking very good for Chelsea then, that they will have a new owner. United has destroyed Liverpool way more times than the other way round. Eddie Hearn is a goat. Gordon Ramsay should buy Chelsea. MSG Raw is the final Raw before SummerSlam. Eddie Hearn owns DAZN, says Edwards. I don't know that, to be honest. I don't know if he owns it or if he's just got like shares in it, but I know there is a connection there. Did you already talk about WWE stocks increasing by 27%, said Dizzledog? No, we didn't. They did put out a financial call, and it was really positive. I must admit, it's what I was expecting. I think it's what a lot of people were expecting. These financial calls have been really good for a long, long time. So I wasn't too surprised by that news. What I would say is that immediately people are going to jump to, why are they releasing people? Why are they letting go NXT people or whatever, right? And why did they let go of all those other people? I don't necessarily see a connection between those two things, and I'll tell you why. First of all, it doesn't really matter how much money you're making. If you are over your wage budget for what you actually need, then you need to cut people, and they were undeniably over, right? I mean, they had enough wrestlers for 5 shows, let alone 2, right? Like, let alone Raw and SmackDown. Like, they've been able to cut like over 100 wrestlers, and it hasn't hurt the shows. Like, it's not like we're struggling for wrestlers now. So I kind of feel like it's not hurt the ratings. You know, the ratings haven't dropped. WrestleMania this year wasn't a disaster, was it? I mean,
They did all these cuts last year. This WrestleMania's heralded as like one of the greats. People loved it. And the ratings this year have held firm. And that's after cutting like 100-odd wrestlers. Now, I'm not saying they were right to do it, but what I'm saying is that it's not... It's business. If you look, I totally understand why Nick Khan did this. A lot of people go in on Nick Khan, but I totally understand. Put yourself in his situation, you get brought into WWE to oversee the financing and look for new business opportunities. So you've got all this paperwork in front of you on the desk, and you look at the wage bill, and it's astronomical. I mean, straight away you'd be like, we need to cut this. Like, it doesn't matter how much is coming through the front door. You don't want to see it going out the back door. And, you know, you go to a show and you walk around catering and it's just a sea of people. You'd be like, why are all these people here? And why is this so high? So I can totally understand as to why they did that and why they cut down and got the wage bill under control. And I think now it's just a case of maintaining it. I mean, the cuts we saw the other day, Dakota Kai apparently left because she didn't want to re-sign anyway. There was another one that left that didn't want to re-sign. Candice has gone, but she didn't want to re-sign. So these aren't WWE parting ways with them. Haaland apparently went because he wasn't showing the progress they were hoping to see. And then maybe the same with the others as well. Like, I don't know that they say they were budget cuts, but I think the truth might be there was actually a plethora of different reasons. There was quite a few different reasons why these people went, so I don't think budget cuts really was the be-all and end-all there. They just have to use that because I don't think you can sue them in a tribunal if it's budget cuts. So I think, like, you know, I totally get why they cut the wage bill. I totally understand now that it's in a better place and it's under control. We shouldn't see the mass cuts like we saw last year. The ones we saw the other day were for various different reasons. We should be in a better place now. Should be. And I think the other thing as well is that they're constantly having to think about 5 years into the future. You're never going to be thinking about, oh, I need to cut now because my finances are going to get announced for Q1 in like a few months. Like, you're never thinking that. You're thinking, where are we in 5 years? You know, what's the next TV deal going to be? Are they going to get another deal out of Peacock? If they don't get another Peacock deal, that is $1 billion gone. Gone. $1 billion. That's how much they got from Peacock. If they don't renew, that's not that next billion doesn't come through the door. It just doesn't come at all. That is a big loss. And we don't know what USA Network's going to pay them, and we don't know what Fox is going to pay them, and we don't know like what these next deals are. So it totally makes sense that they're looking at that thinking, we need to be ready for that. We need to be ready because there could be a storm on the way. There could be a real problem on the way with like these deals. The deals could come through and they could be amazing. They could be great. But you would be a bad business if you just chanced it. You know, if you left it to chance. We'll just keep all these wrestlers around and keep paying them because I'm sure the next deal's going to be fine. But what if it's not? What if that next deal isn't fine? Your finances look great now, but in the world of business, things can spin on a dime real damn quick. And what with, you know, recessions coming in potentially and inflation and all the drama that's happening with like cost of living and how expensive everything is, are people going to have money to be able to buy tickets to go to shows as much as what they have? You know, if there was, I don't know, 100,000 people that would have bought tickets before, does that go down to 80,000 now? Does that go down to 70,000 now? You know, there's people that are struggling to pay the bills and buy food and, you know, keep themselves sheltered and warm and everything because the cost of living is going up and up and up and up and up. So I can totally understand WWE like having to protect itself and cost saving and all of that. I just think it's an easy narrative to say they cut all these wrestlers, but they've made this much money. And it's like, yes, both of those things are true, but both of those things can be separate things as well. Just because they've done that, it doesn't mean that they're focused on that. They're looking 5 years in the future. They're looking much longer term when it might not be as rosy and it might not be as good and things might not look as great. And they need to make sure they're putting some rainy day money aside because they might need it. They might not. But, I mean, again, are they going to get another Saudi deal once this one's done? That Saudi deal's been great. Maybe not. Maybe there won't be another Saudi deal. Will there be another Peacock deal? Don't know. Will they get as good of a deal from Fox? Have Fox been happy with these ratings? Did they want more? Will Fox give them, like, the money that they think it's worth now rather than what they paid before? Same with Peacock. Peacock well overpaid. $1 billion for that whole back catalogue for like 10 years. Well overpaid. Will they pay them more in line with how much it's actually worth now? You know, all of these things are going to result in the revenue taking a hit. So it's a potential storm that's coming. It might also be great for them. They might make loads of money. Who knows? But I can totally understand why they would cost save. Totally understand. Cost of living is ridiculous right now, says Darwin. It's gone crazy, hasn't it? It has gone absolutely crazy. And it's not just in America. Here in the UK, it's the big talking point is the cost of living right now. I mean, obviously, you've got the war in Ukraine. That's a massive thing. But I would say cost of living is right up there because food prices going up. And actually, the war in the Ukraine is fueling that cost of living rise. And I know it's a weird thing to talk about on a SmackDown stream, but it does relate because if people have got less money, that is less money for tickets, T-shirts, merchandise, meet and greets. It's just less money going to Vince and to WWE. And America is not alone in struggling right now. The world is hurting because this war in the Ukraine and the disruption to oil and all of that is having a big knock-on effect. Who do you think wins out of Sasha or Shayna? It's not an important match, is it? It's flipping momentum match. So it's a time killer match. It's a go-home show match. I mean, probably go Shayna. You know, oh my God, Shayna wins. Can they do it this weekend? Or I don't know when they're facing them, to be honest. But they'll have a shot at the belts, won't they? And I think it's this weekend, but I can't quite remember. So I'll say the challengers. If the champions win, doesn't really do much to build the match, does it? Wrestle with Andy, hello, shout out to you. Do you think WME-IMG would consider buying WWE? WME-IMG would consider buying WWE. It'd be a hell of a story. I'd love to see the headline. If WME-IMG bought WWE, I don't think they'll look to sell. Although, do you know what? Actually, just touching on that subject, it would be very interesting if those future numbers came through and the revenue was down, and someone came in and offered Vince a good chunk of money. It would be interesting. I think, you know, whilst everything's popping and the party's rocking. You know, there's not really a need to sell, but if storms are coming, if the projections are that, you know, things are going to get a bit rough for a few years, oh man, someone comes along with $4 billion. I think he'd want $4 billion. The reason why I put that number on it is because that's what the UFC sold for a few years ago, and I don't think he'd want less than that. UFC sold for $4 billion, and I think Vince would want to be around that ballpark. Don't know if he'd get it. But, yeah. You know, $4 billion. That means that Elon Musk could buy it about 11 times for what he's just bought. Twitter is potentially 11 times bigger than WWE. Is it a 1 a.m. start on Sunday for Backlash? I think so. It's around that kind of time, yeah. Do you think Stone Cold will wrestle in Saudi Arabia? No. I think that was his last match. I can't even continue conversating with real Liverpool fans. Stone Cold won't wrestle. It was a one and done. They got him for 2 nights, says Jeremy. Ricochet took on Mace with LA Knight in the dark match before SmackDown. Do you think Stone Cold will face Roman at Saudi? No. I don't know where these Stone Cold rumours have come from. I haven't seen any reports on Stone Cold, and I'm pretty sure that what he did at WrestleMania was his farewell. Do you remember Pro Wrestling USA, the NWA AWA connected show? I don't, to be honest. I mean, that is real outside my comfort zone. I've heard of Pro Wrestling USA, but I couldn't tell you anything about it. That would be something I'd have to look into. My history of like NWA is very, very limited because it's not what I grew up watching. So I've got an all right awareness as to where the belt went and some of the like key matches, but it's hard to sit down and watch old NWA. It's easy to go down and watch old WWE because it's all on the network, but to sit down and watch old NWA can be a little bit tricky. A good chunk of it's on the network, but yeah, a lot more challenging because you're really going into the territory days, and I don't even think that stuff was shown over here in the UK, to be honest. I don't think any, back in the day we had our own wrestling. We had the World of Sport wrestling with Big Daddy and Giant Haystacks and Mick McManus and, all those kinds of people. That's where, like, Regal came through and Finlay came through. So they came through that. So we had World of Sport. Jim Cornette talks a bit about it on his podcast time to time. But yeah, we unfortunately didn't get the territory stuff. So all of that is stuff you'd have to be like specifically looking into and researching. And I've spent more time doing that with WWE, to be honest. Magnum TA against Nikita Koloff, best of 7 for the US title, says Jeremy. Nagasaki, yeah, Kendo Nagasaki. Blast from the past. Loving it. Did you see all the Saturday pay-per-views? There's a lot of them. Yeah, they've switched to Saturday. So just really fortunate that they've switched this weekend to Sunday. Because honestly, I'm straight up honest, there is no contest. WrestleMania Backlash going up against UFC. It's UFC. That is 2 title fights. It's the talk of the world at the moment because the main event has been thrown into carnage. And this WWE show just feels like it's really lacking that kind of... We'll watch it and we'll enjoy it, and there's things I'm looking forward to on it. I'm looking forward to seeing Ronda against Charlotte, because I do like both women when they compete, and loved Seth and Cody, so certainly no problems watching the rematch there. So yeah, there's certainly things that looking forward to, but I think compared to a WrestleMania, a SummerSlam, this is very much a B show, very much a B show. Whereas, UFC are wheeling out an A show tomorrow. So I'm really pleased they didn't go up against them. Bruiser Brody against Abdullah the Butcher might be the best feud. They wrestled each other in many promotions. Sporting Central said UFC is going to be great. When the NXT WWE next WWE releases, so more complaints can be shouted. How can you have a 6-man tag as a main event, says Reese Wrestling. I mean, if it had been built better, I mean, Drew only has come onto the scene like these past couple of weeks. So it's Usos RK-Bro, title versus title, great. But now, like, Roman and Drew have been added, and now it's not titles versus title, and it's just literally a 6-man tag match. It does feel a bit more SmackDown or Raw type match. It takes me back a little bit to Evolution and the Shields, and that was a really fun main event, and that was a 6-man tag match, and it was really fun. And it was actually the last match the Shield had together in their first run, because the next night on Raw was Triple H coming out going, you might have won last night, but there's always a plan B. And then that's when Seth hits Ambrose. I think it was Ambrose. No, Roman with the chair. And it's one of the best. No one saw it come in. It was brilliant. It was brilliant. It was done brilliantly. The splitting up of the Shield was brilliant. So what I will say is, if it's going to be like that match, that was a banger. The only thing there, though, was that was a legendary team reuniting. Like, Triple H, Batista, Randy Orton reconnecting, joining forces to take on the Shield. That was special. That felt a bit more main event. You're not getting that on a Raw or a SmackDown. Randy, Triple H, and Batista joining up one more time to take on the Shield. This doesn't feel like that. This doesn't feel like that because there's no returning legends here. Roman's big time, of course. Drew's been a bit cringe. The RK-Bro Usos has had a good build, but yeah, I don't disagree. I think, to be honest, there could be something in the fact that Roman hurt himself. He hasn't wrestled since WrestleMania, or he might have done some house shows, which I'm guessing he's probably quite protected in. But actually on TV, we've not been seeing him compete. And I'm wondering if maybe they put him in a tag match just to keep him a bit protected. Because there's no denying his arm looked wrecked. His shoulder and everything looked wrecked at WrestleMania. And the match kind of ended a bit weird. And I think they definitely cut it short due to injury. And then he's not competed since. And obviously the next night you could see he was in pain holding up the titles. And then in pain. Sometimes, I've said this before, when you hold up the titles, like the weight of history and all that kind of stuff, they can pretend to strain. But he was straining as he was bringing them back down as well. So not only was it like but it was also it was really uncomfortable for him. So there could be a little bit in that as well, which is why Roman isn't having a one-on-one match, because maybe he just can't carry a match right now. It should have been Shinsuke instead of Drew, said Blue Speeds. I heard Roman could be arrested for assault on Drew. We want Ronda's UFC return. She's been called out. My God, I couldn't believe it. Eddie Hearn said that Katie Taylor could be on a collision course with Cyborg or Holly Holm. I could not believe that. Oh, I couldn't believe it. Those would be mega fights. Maybe when it comes to women's fighting, like, there's not many women that are well known. But I think in the world of combat, people know Cyborg. And Holly Holm is the woman that beat Ronda. Took a belt off her. So I think Holly Holm's known as well. So, that would be big deal. I'm chilled for people that are getting annoyed. Apparently it's because they wanted to do Drew Roman, but they want to save Drew Roman for a bigger show. So that's why it's a 6-man. Oh. Are you looking forward to Backlash? I am. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I always try to be honest. I am looking forward to it because I think it's great we've got something to watch on Sunday night. And I do like that. So we've got a massive stream Saturday, and then we've got a massive stream Sunday, and I wish it was like that every weekend. So I'm really excited for that. I like the fact that it's got some interesting matches. It's not a completely dead card. So as I said, Cody Seth, I'm sure it's going to be a great match. The last match is still my favourite match of the year. So I'm looking forward to that. Ronda Charlotte. Ronda to me is a big deal. I actually went to a WWE. I mean, you know how often I go out. I just don't. So for me to actually go to London and buy a ticket and go to WWE shouldn't sound like a big deal, but it is a big deal because there's really not much that's going to make me do that. I'll stream it and I'll watch it with you guys. So it's going to need to be something special that's going to make me want to go. And I bought a ticket and I went to the O2 and I got on a train and I travelled for a few hours, went to London, went to the O2 and I watched Ronda Rousey have her WWE first time appearance in the UK at the O2. It was a house show, it wasn't on TV, so we didn't miss a stream or anything. But I did go and see Ronda, and it was fine. She was taking on Alexa Bliss, and it was fine. It wasn't the best match, but it was more just a case of her music hit, out she came, waving to the crowd, and to be in the O2 and actually see Ronda Rousey. I mean, all that stuff I've said about Ronda, about how, judo medalist, and first ever Strikeforce women's champion, first ever UFC women's champion, first ever UFC women's fight, which she won. Just absolutely smashed down barriers. She is. She's like an absolute pioneer in women's sport. And to actually go and see her, it was like really cool. So I am a fan of Ronda Rousey, and I really like Charlotte as well. So I am looking forward to that. There's a lot on there I'm not fussed by. Bobby Lashley or Moss, I could not care less. Madcap Moss, Happy Corbin, no thank you. Right, there's definitely a few things on there. But AJ against Edge, I mean, there's no Damian Priest, so someone else is going to have to interfere. And if someone else does interfere, what does Balor do? Because Balor does seem to be involved in this story. And he seems to be siding with AJ. Is he going to turn on AJ? Is he going to help AJ? I don't know. Is someone going to join the House of Edge? Does Bayley come back? So you've got these additional things as well. So, yeah, I mean, look, I ain't as excited for this show as I am for WrestleMania. And I'm not as excited for this show as I would be for SummerSlam. But I love the fact we've got a show. And I think there is definitely things that you can look forward to. So, be good. Oliveira Gaethje, is it happening? Yes. Is Dana getting someone else? No, it's happening. You said you're honest, so I need you to be honest. Are you bored of NXT? Is that why you chose not to stream it? No. I've said before, I chose not to stream it because I needed time. And if I needed time to do videos, and it was quite apparent that we couldn't maintain our current schedule. So something had to give. And it could have been AEW, to be honest. It would have been either NXT or AEW. But AEW does attract a bit more attention from our community. And the ratings are consistently above NXT. So NXT tends to be around 4,000 to 5,000. AEW was around 6 to 8. It has actually dipped now, but everything has dipped because of this NBA playoffs. So things have dipped down a little bit. But no, had it been the other way round, had it been NXT, we were getting about 6 to 8, and AEW was getting about 4 to 5, then AEW would have been cut. So nothing to do. I kept saying this. It's nothing to do with NXT. Like, I don't think NXT is that great at the moment. I think I heard that the spring breaking thing was all right, but yeah, I mean, look, there's stuff going on in NXT that I don't think's very good, but there's some stuff going on that I think's all right as well. I mean, I like Bron Breakker. I think Bron Breakker's pretty cool, but it's definitely a step down from when it was Black and Gold. Definitely a step down, but several steps. But yeah, I heard Spring Breaking was meant to be quite good. But to be honest, no. Had it been AEW that was a bit lower, then that would have been the one that we would have cut. And it makes sense for us really to be watching NXT, because even if the shows aren't good at the moment, I don't think they'll stay bad forever. And that is the next wave of people that will be on Raw and SmackDown. So, do you know what I mean? It makes sense to actually watch NXT, because that's the next wave of people. So, no, it's nothing to do with NXT. It's needing time. And it's good, actually, because you might have noticed that we got a toy hunt onto the channel, which was only a short. I did go with the intention of getting more footage, and as I've explained before, I wasn't able to, but at least I got a minute, and I was able to get a short video out. You might have seen there's been a few more prediction videos. There's been a few bits, and there's plenty going on behind the scenes as well, as, you know, I'm starting to think about the summer and the end of the football season, and yeah, I feel like we should hopefully in the summer be in a decent place. So onwards and upwards. James said, spring break was good. I see what they're doing. A good amount are going up. New ones every week. Good to have a chance to participate in the stream. Shane, hello. Hope you're well. SmackDown needs to show us something tonight. Crazy quality of Raw and SmackDown has seemingly switched. Be blessed. I do agree with that. I do think that Raw has been a better show. I think some of that is to do with Roman not being around. I think Raw definitely feels like it's missing a WWE champion, but has never been carried by a WWE champion. So a WWE champion not being around makes it feel like something's missing, but it doesn't derail the show. I think SmackDown has been carried by Roman, and when Roman's not around, it feels like something massive is missing, really significant. Like, if there's no tribal chief, and he's not in a feud, and he's not opening the show, and we're not checking in with him without the show, we've got to fill that time with other stuff, and what we've got is just not strong. So I do agree. I think SmackDown has struggled a bit more in recent weeks. I completely agree with you. People playing 2K22 on PC, it's going faster and faster. I watched AEW this week. I don't know what you mean by it's going faster and faster. I don't know what that means. Do you think there'll be a mid-card women's title? No. No, because I think the tag belts are meant to be that. We've spoke about that before. I think they wanted women to have something else to do other than just the champion. So you could either give them a mid-card belt, or they can have tag belts. And if you give them tag belts, that gives 4 women something to do. If you have a mid-card belt, that gives 2 women something to do. So it's better to have tag belts where that's 4 women, you know. And actually, you could even have up to 8, where you had 4 tag teams all competing, trying to find out, you know, who's going to get the shot at the belt, or who's going to get the shot at the champions. So that takes like 8 women, gives 8 women something to do. So, you know, this is why you're getting a lot of, you know, Rhea and Liv thrown together, Shayna and Natalya thrown together, Sasha and Naomi thrown together. This was after Sasha was with Bayley. This is after Shayna was with Nia. Women just get chucked together now because I think the tag belts are the women's mid-card belt. I don't think they'll look to introduce a mid-card belt on top. I think they're just going to use these tag belts as those mid-card belts. They are live tonight. WWE needs more than just one main champion. Are we ready? Are we ready for a good time? Are you ready for a good time? Yeah, well, it is time, and we are just a couple of minutes away. Big shout out if you are joining us. Big weekend ahead. If you have been with us for the past, I don't know how long we've been live, 2.5 hours already. Then we've touched on a few subjects. We've touched on football. We've touched a lot on UFC. We spoke about WrestleMania Backlash. We spoke a little bit about boxing. We've kind of gone a bit all over the road, to be honest, but so much happening at the moment. It's great. It's great. It feels vibrant. I like it when it's like this. I wish there was more happening in WWE. I wish there was more like great big storylines for us to be like, what do you think's going to happen here? What do you think's going to happen there? Again, it doesn't feel like that is part of tonight's show. I'm not going into this going, oh, what do you think's going to happen tonight? I just think it's go home show. I think it's go home show. And I think we're just going to put the final touches on this weekend, to be honest. But who knows? I might be wrong. It has happened. Very rare. Very rare. And there might be something that goes down at the weekend, as we said, with potentially like Bayley or maybe Alexa. It could be interesting next week. Once you get past WrestleMania Backlash, it's kind of a fresh start, isn't it? We can start telling some new stories, so... there's an F1 Grand Prix in Miami as well, says Adam. That's big as well, isn't it? That's big. That would be good for WWE. Drive to Survive, I think, is the name of the show on Netflix that has really exploded interest around Formula One in America. How great would it be if they could do a WWE show that was similar? Do you know what I mean? Like, behind the scenes, we get some genuine reaction of the wrestlers. You know, I mean, like, imagine after Big E's injury, we go backstage and we can see what's happening. Backstage and the panic, and Big E goes to hospital and we check in with Big E. I'm not saying we use that, what's happened to him, for entertainment purposes, but, like, with Drive to Survive, if there's a crash, they don't ignore it. Do you know what I mean? It's part of the story, and this is part of the story. I think you could do a WWE Drive to Survive and not just tell the current storylines, but, like, what's happening backstage. I think the stuff backstage, I mean, like, the real falling outs, the real drama. I think that's what people are going to be interested in. Would it get in the way of the actual storylines? I don't know. Look at Drive to Survive, man. That has absolutely exploded interest. Hello, fly. Got a fly. Summer in it. There's going to start to be flies now. But, yeah, that has exploded interest in F1 in America. Absolutely gone crazy. And now I think you've got another race and over in Miami. Typical USA trying to steal all the F1 races. They want 3 now, and they want another in Texas. What is your favourite current belt, says Tyler. For me, it's the UK title. I think it's beautiful. Yeah. I might go for that. I really like that belt because I like the detail on it. I think any belt that's got, like, a good detail to it, that you can I've said before, I feel like this is what everyone's fighting for, so it should feel prestigious. And you should want to look at the detail and... Do you know what I mean? What can you look at with the WWE belt? The W. The W, and that's about it. I mean, honestly, you'd go, yep. That would be it. But with the UK one, yeah, you know, there's lots of little details you can look at and little things on there. That's why I love the Winged Eagle. That had lots of detail. Shane STS79, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Can you stream the F1 race? No. We're trying to focus more here. Not lose our focus. I think me getting pulled in, like, different directions is not the right way forward. Charlotte is going to be taking on Aaliyah. That's coming up next. Matt Carney, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Days, when did you go through the stages of believing wrestling to be real, knowing it to be fake, and then as an adult enjoying it because it was fake? Well, when I first watched it, I thought it was real because I didn't know anything about it. And you have to remember that back in the day there was no internet. No one really knew, or people did know, but certainly not the people at my school. So, do you know what I mean? Like, it was sort of like, there was rumblings that it wasn't real, but no one quite knew. So I would say that I probably, after a couple of years, got figured it out. I think you start to see things and you start to hear more. And I think, like, when you first get into it, you might not hear that much about it being scripted. But then once you watch it for a while and you have conversations, different people will start telling you it's not real. And then eventually, you know, you kind of go, there must be something to this. And then you start noticing things yourself and you go, okay, got it. And you just sort of get it. I can't say there was a moment. There wasn't a moment where I went, what? I remember my cousin telling me, though, if I had to say there was a moment, I would say my cousin said to me my cousin said to me, you know, they're robots. He's only a few years older than me, and we were kids. And I was like, they're not robots. I never believed that, right? I don't even know why he tried to tell me that. He was like, you know, they're robots. And I was like, they're not robots. And then he went, nah, I'm joking. But it isn't real. And I was like, it is real. Because he just told me they were robots. And then he told me it's not real. And I'm like, it is real. But he was like, no, it's not. I am being serious. And then, like, as I said, you start to hear it more. And you're like... So, yeah, I'd say it was a couple of years. And then I was like, okay, I'm willing to accept this now. And then, like, I think I probably did it. My enjoyment of it probably did take a hit then, because you was like, oh, like, this isn't what I thought, and you feel a bit duped. But you still love the characters. Jaden said, I am ready for Backlash. How about you? Yeah, we've just been talking about it. I like the fact we've got a show this weekend. The time was going up. It wasn't going down. That threw me. She's having a pop at Drew Gulak. Is this going to build to... I don't get what we're doing here with her and Drew Gulak. What are we doing? She's cutting a promo. Aaliyah's in the ring, just waiting. Did Aaliyah need to be in the ring for this? When she quits, I wouldn't be surprised if she leaves WWE altogether. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. That's what she's going to do. Hi, Aaliyah. Hi. Are you enjoying your 15 seconds of fame? I'm going to give everyone a preview of what I'm going to do to Ronda. Aaliyah. I'm going to pretend you're Ronda right now. Come here, Ronda. Why did she do that? Why did she do that? Why would she go over to Charlotte that close? Intergender matches are awesome. I don't get why people hate them. Well, I suppose it's because, like, the guys have got a physical advantage, haven't they? I mean, they are bigger. So it should be a case that really in an intergender match, majority of the time you would expect the guy to be able to beat the woman. But even just the idea of, like, a man beating a woman, like, do you know what I mean? Throwing in punches and everything. It doesn't sit right with people, does it? Doesn't look good on network TV, and... Must admit, I'm not crazy on him. You might be able to get the odd story where you can do it. I mean, like China. China was such an incredible... Do you know what I mean? Special sort of ripped, muscle-bound woman. She was just an incredible athlete. And putting her in the ring with a guy, you know, she was bigger than a lot of the guys. But I don't think there's many women in the current WWE roster that are China, basically, have got her size. I mean, like, Charlotte against Drew Gulak. Charlotte has been presented as, like, one of the greatest female wrestlers ever. And Drew Gulak certainly has not been presented as one of the best male wrestlers ever. But I think if he loses that feud, it doesn't do anything for Drew Gulak at all. I don't know. I am torn on it. But as I said, sometimes... It would depend on who's in it. Rob said, why does Vince not crack down on leaked information? He probably tries. But really hard, because WWE has got thousands of employees, and, you know, it's hard to know who's going to know what and who needs to know what. You've got to think, like, they probably, if you think, I think a lot of social media is reactionary. So they might have a few posts that they have, like, scheduled and lined up, but they wouldn't have known about Cody. But someone's got to design a shirt for Cody. Someone's got to design Cody's graphics. You know, you can't keep Cody completely secret from everyone. Because when he came out, didn't he have a shirt that was available, like, later that day at WrestleMania, or, like, next day or something? So someone had to design that shirt. Which means someone had to know that he was coming in. So it's hard. I mean, like, yeah, you have to keep it limited to as many people as possible, but it's going to get out. Ronda is beating up on Charlotte. Ronda came down. As I said, I'm looking forward to these two going at it. Ronda being restrained in the ring. Charlotte on the outside. I like how AEW do it. They don't tell anyone anything, so nothing can leak. Well, there's been a few more rumors and things coming from AEW. There's been a few things that have leaked from them. I think as they get bigger and as they bring in new people, it's only going to get harder and harder. You know, you got to remember AEW been around for 3 years. A lot of the people that are there have started with the company. I would imagine there's probably this mentality of, like, you know, the surprises are really important. Like, we've got to keep this protected, all in the same boat, same team. That's probably easier when you've got a smaller roster, smaller team. Once you've got a machine like WWE that's international and is thousands of employees and has not been around since day one being in the 1960s. You know, these are people that are coming in now and just working as a part of this machine. They probably don't feel as connected to it as what AEW employees do at the moment, because they've been in from the start. They've been in since the, you know, entry level, so it's probably a little bit different. I think AEW in a few years will also struggle with that kind of thing. Here is Sasha. So we never got Charlotte Aaliyah. Never happened. Ronda made her way down, and now we're going to have, I'm guessing, Sasha against Shayna. I must say I like that beatdown, though. I know we were talking about other things, but the beatdown was good between Charlotte and Ronda. Nice bit of aggression there. Journalists get paid by Tony Khan not to spoil it, says James. Larry said WWE needs a secondary referee squad of physically strong female refs. Versus says Roman Reigns dislike or title push. Brock Lesnar no title push. And light Brock. I don't know what that means. But an interesting start to the show with 2 women's segments. No one knew about CM Punk joining. They didn't know for certain, but I think they also knew. I mean, there was plenty of signs in the crowd and CM Punk chants. It's not like his music hit and everyone was like, oh my God. So, there'd been rumours, but had it have actually leaked? No. Hadn't actually leaked, but it was as good as. But it hadn't actually leaked, I will give you that. But we all tuned in to that Rampage knowing what was about to happen. Even flipping Tony Khan came out just before and said, tonight is for you people and all this. You know, the surprise we've got for you tonight, we're doing it for you. And they're like, and then out he comes. But, yeah, there's been some that have been spoiled. There's been some that has been spoiled. But the overall, up until this point, they've done very, very well with their surprises. But as I said, I think that's because they're a new company, and I think that as they go further into their future and more new faces join that maybe weren't around when it started, and you can bring people in that are bad eggs as well. You can bring people in that just aren't natural fits, don't fit into the team, just it doesn't quite work out, and they can not feel as connected and leak stuff as well. So, but right now, like it's quite solid because I think their team is pretty much the same team that started off. Who in AEW do you think would be better in WWE? Personally, I think MJF would be brilliant. A rivalry of him versus Miz trying to out-heel each other could honestly be rivalry of the year. Yeah, I don't know if he'd do better, but he'd be good in there. It depends what you mean by better. It all comes down to personal preference, doesn't it? I mean, they would all do better in the sense of their brands would be bigger because WWE is bigger, and that's not a knock of AEW. I think you're deluded if you think AEW is bigger than WWE. It clearly is not, from a ratings point of view and from a just a reach point of view, how many people around the world it reaches. Like, if you're in WWE, your Instagram and Twitter accounts and everything just get a massive boost. Massive boost. So in that regard, from a brand point of view, it'd be better. But in-ring wise, I don't think you'd be having better matches. I think if you care about in-ring and you care about your freedom and your ability to maybe have a Twitch account and, do cameos and do independent shows, you'd be better off in AEW. So it's difficult. It's hard to say what better. What do you mean? What do we mean by better? Would his profile be bigger? Yes. Would he be able to, cut his promos? I'm sure they'd allow him to cut his promos. They don't like to let people cut their own promos, but I think MJF's probably shown that he can do it. But I think there's probably quite a few in AEW that like being able to work on the indies, being able to have Twitch channels, being able to do cameo, being able to have 5-star matches, or at least try to have 5-star matches. A lot of that is controlled in WWE. Right, we are back from commercial break. We've got Sasha Banks in the ring. And coming down to the ring is Shayna Baszler and Natalya. These two are going to be competing for the women's tag team championships. Naomi stepping down to the outsides. She's got like a bandana or something along her head. I don't know what it says. Legit. It says legit. She's wearing a legit headband now, Sasha. Right, bell sounds, and we're underway. Shayna Baszler versus Sasha Banks. Ronda should have kept going. WWE should have let it go all out on Charlotte and actually hurt Charlotte. Well, we are only, 48 hours away from Backlash, so can't really afford to hurt Charlotte. Maybe if this had been a few weeks out, you might have been able to go further, but I think pulling them apart, save it for Sunday type thing, that's probably what they were just going for. Big Guy said MJF needs to stay as far away from WWE as possible. They would only ruin him. Legit. That's what it says. That is what it says. Austin said Britt Baker would succeed in WWE. They've got a lot more star power in the women's division. I feel like Britt won't get to her fullest potential until she faces the very best. Hello, Austin. Hope you're well. MJF would be killed in WWE character-wise, says End of Days. Imagine Luchasaurus in a movie with a real dino neck head. I have no idea what movie that would be. I have no idea what movie you would put Luchasaurus in, unless you was going to put him in like a Marvel film, and he was like, you know, Guardians of the Galaxy, and he was one of the Guardians or something. I don't know. I can't really think how else you would put. He ain't going in a rom-com. You ain't going to put Luchasaurus in a rom-com. It's going to be a bit distracting. That the main male character is also pretending to be a dinosaur. Has anyone noticed the NXT stars who are now in AEW haven't had a better run than when they were in NXT, said the Freak, Jesse. Sasha down in the ring. Shayna over by the ropes. Just going to see replay here. Jay Cargill and Wardlow are the only larger-than-life feeling ones I could see go to WWE, and they push to the moon. To the moon! Into the corner goes Shayna. Sasha charging after her. Knee strike there by Shayna. Strikes coming in by Sasha. Very aggressive. Maybe they could do another Jurassic Park. Oh, God, that would be great. Just like, you've got this massive fence and this massive pen, and there's this massive gap in the fence, and then all of a sudden Luchasaurus just leans around. Rah! Yeah. It'd be a very different film if instead of the big T-Rex dinosaurs and everything, you just had Luchasaurus running after you. How are you? I'm good, Adam. Hope you're well. Wickham won 2-0 in the first leg of the playoffs. One more solid game, and we've got ourselves an away day at Wembley. Wembley. Well done. They shouldn't allow people to hurt Sasha. Fun fact, Luchasaurus was in Big Brother years ago. That is a fun fact. I didn't know that. Thank you for telling me about this month's magazine. I got it, and I got my Roman poster. Very good. It's a good one. Get the microphone. Is this the one with the inflatable microphone? It's got a Cody poster in it. I couldn't believe that. Genuinely couldn't believe they'd already got a Cody poster in it. If you think he only debuted at WrestleMania in April, and now it's the beginning of May, for them to have a Cody Rhodes poster already inside, I thought was very impressive. So, yeah, I genuinely was impressed with that. So, very good. Who's got to say nice things? Edward should be saying at least some nice things about James. Just ask him. Edward, what do you think of James Chadwick? Edward, can you tell me your thoughts about James Chadwick, please? I think Ronda should be allowed to go all out on people like Charlotte. No. She can't go all out. If she goes all out, she's going to break her arm. Like, she should be able to lay it in a bit more snug, you know, as long as Charlotte's going to be able to cope with it. I think we're getting a little bit confused here between real life and pro wrestling. In the pro wrestling world, Charlotte is, you know, booked amazingly, but she cannot hang with Ronda Rousey. If Ronda Rousey wanted to break Charlotte's arm, she could break her arm. It's very hard, actually. There's not many people you can put in there against Ronda that believably you think might be able to hold their own. Charlotte, because of her success over the years and the way she's been positioned and her just natural arrogance as a heel, is one of those people that, you know, is able to do a convincing job. But we should not be allowing Ronda to go all out on Charlotte, because she would break her arm. She would put her out of action. Do you remember when Charlotte and Ronda got arrested? That was good, wasn't it? I thought we would get a replay of that, says John. What are your thoughts on Love Island being 10 weeks long this season? I honestly have never seen a single episode of Love Island. I honestly have never wanted to watch a single episode of Love Island. So it does not bother me if it was a 1-week season, a 5-week season, a 52-week season. It does not affect my life in the slightest. I don't hate it. I sort of know the premise. Lots of single people go on an island and they try to couple up or something. But I have never watched an episode. I've seen clips during, like, you know, when you're watching, like, daytime TV and they're like, next up is such and such who was on Love Island. Let's see what he got up to. And then they show a clip or something. So I've seen, like, you know, the odd clip that way. But I've never sat down and watched it. It's not my thing. I hate people. Days, can I tell you my thoughts what James are in a DM? No. It's I wanted to know, like, just on stream what your thoughts were. I haven't got time to be going in DMs. Matt said, bad news, I can't go to WrestleMania Backlash. The person who was going to take me has got COVID. Sorry to hear that, dudes. Wasn't meant to be this time, but I'm sure there'll be plenty of opportunity in the future. Small package. And a little bit of cheating. So Shayna wins. Shayna with a small package. Naomi trying to say to the referee they cheated. Natalya and Shayna attack him from behind. Can you believe it? Can you believe that the heels cheated? It's unbelievable. Just going to stamp down on Sasha's arm. Naomi is sort of being made to watch here, but she kicks Shayna in the side of the head. Back elbow by Naomi. They grab Natalya. Naomi selling the arm injury that she's got. Natalya doesn't quite know what to sell. Natalya on the outside was like, oh, this hurts, and this hurts. Oh, my tooth. Oh, my arm. She's selling a few different things here. Progressive match flow. Match flow, match flow, match flow. Match flow, match flow. We're just seeing RK-Bro and the Usos on match flow. Days, I think Cody beats Seth. And Money in the Bank, Seth wins. Cashes in on Roman and Cody at SummerSlam. Days, my thoughts on James Chadwick is he can be a bit of a jobber, but 99.9% of the time he's a great guy and a great friend and a great guy to talk to. And I hope our friendship is long lasting. That right there hit me right there. I mean, I understand there was the jobber bit at the start, but that was nice. That was nice. I understand as well you called him James Chad Wickle. But we know who we know you're talking about, James Chadwick there. It's nice. I want to know how James responds to that. Someone complimented him. He's not going to know what to do. Who are the heels in this situation? Oh, what there? Oh, Shayna and Natalya. They're heels. I'm having strong feelings that when Cody does win the title, he's going to bring back at least a version of the Winged Eagle. He said he wants to, but I don't know that Vince is going to let him. I really don't. We've spoken about that before. It's really good for their marketing, advertising to have just their logo on a belt. Their logo on a belt is just does a bit of work for them. Winged Eagle don't mean nothing to fans outside of wrestling or outside of WWE. So I've said before, if you show a picture of a wrestler in a WWE belt, as long as you know what that WWE logo is, there's a chance you will know that person is part of WWE. If you do the same thing but put them in a Winged Eagle belt, you ain't going to have a clue what they represent or what they're a champion for. That is the only way I can explain why the belts are the way they are right now. Why the women's belts and the men's belts are exactly the same. It's the logo. And it's so that any pictures you see on social media, Twitter, whatever, straight away you've got a good idea that's a WWE superstar. They could do a custom Eagle belt for Cody, says Dragon Den. It would be judged harshly. I mean, it might work, but it could also be awful. I don't know. I just don't know. I'd love for him to do it. I don't care about flipping marketing, do I? It means nothing to me, so I'd love for him to say yes and for him to do that. If he brings back the Winged Eagle and manages to convince Vince that this feels more prestigious, which it does, he's got my full support. I would love, love, love for the Winged Eagle to come back. Love, love, love for it, but I just ain't going to get my hopes up for it. Here's Happy Corbin. Happy Corbin. I've tagged you in a video for later, but it seems the crowd are now able to hear commentary that is happening. I have no idea what that means. Alex, shout out to you. Days, I challenge you to a pole match. I think I would beat you. If you win, I'd have to say lovely things about you. First of all, I can't be in polls because I have to run the polls, so I have to be out of it. And second of all, I don't care if you say nice things about me. It's not something I seek, to be honest. Here is Mr. Happy Corbin. So, we've had Ronda Charlotte kick off the show. We've had Sasha and Shayna. And now we have got Happy Corbin. Still to come, we have got Kofi and Xavier versus Sheamus and Ridge Holland in a tables match. And later on, we've got Drew and RK-Bro face-to-face with the Bloodline. With the tribal chief, acknowledge him. We've got that coming up later on. Next week, Rampage is going to be on early. Is it same time early? If it's same time early, we'll do it. If it's earlier, I ain't making no promise. In fact, we probably won't. Because if it's any earlier than it was today, we're getting to the point where it needs to be a separate stream. And I ain't doing a separate stream for AEW Rampage. I'm just going to throw that out there right now. It's not one that tends to attract that much attention. In fact, whenever I look at the SmackDown, how many people have joined us, the graph shows that like it kind of grows throughout SmackDown. As soon as SmackDown ends, it drops down, and then like, you know, X amount of people stay with us for Rampage, which is fine. It's always worth watching, seeing what's happening, but it does not suggest that it warrants a separate stream. Happy gimmick is better than the King gimmick, but if Corbin changes again, he should go back to Lone Wolf, says channel name. I would like to see Happy Corbin be an Austin 316 fan. I think Austin 316 in our community has always been a big advocate of Happy Corbin and has always been a big supporter, and I just think he deserves some of that acknowledgement back. So I think that would be a lot of fun. So that's how I would book him. Days, these are my thoughts. You're the best guy on YouTube. I'm grateful for the help and the stuff you've given me. I hope we're BFFs, says Edwards. Edwards, shout out to you. Appreciate it. Look, you've gone mad now. You've lost your mind now. You're just going around complimenting everyone. I just thought it was going to be a bit of fun. I didn't know it was going to break you. Days, any chance you can have him as just Corbin? Well, I have to go. My hands are tied. I have to go with what WWE are calling him, and they're just calling him Happy Corbin at the moment. I have to just go with what WWE are doing. I don't believe they've changed his name. Did you hear Cody say that if he becomes champion, he'll bring back the Winged Eagle? I did hear that. But as I just said, him saying something and Vince allowing it are two very separate things. I have no idea. I have no idea as to whether Vince would allow it. My gut feeling is he wouldn't. But I hope he does. Look after the pennies. The pounds look after themselves. Great saying. Guys, big news. Big news. Former WWE megastar Bad Bunny has got a brand new album. It's called Moscow Mule. Un Verano Sinti. So, there we go. Bad Bunny dropping a hot new album. Hot new track. Here's RK-Bro. Let me fantasize about the return of the Winged Eagle. I can't do that, mate. Because what you're doing is you're getting your hopes up, and then you're going to get disappointed if it doesn't happen, and you will have wasted all that time fantasizing about the Winged Eagle coming back. I would love to have it back as well, but I am not allowing myself to go there. Rampage is listed as being half an hour later next week. Beautiful. That's better. Beautiful. We'll be all over that. They will be in the ring. Yeah, man. Randy doing a lot of the talking there. Oh, look at these lads. Lads night out. Lads on the town. Yeah. Lads gone wild. We just saw a front row group of lads. It was like Tommy Toy Travels and his mates were in the front row, and they were like, "Yeah, woo, spring break, spring break, yeah." I saw an old video where you showed variants on belts. I was hunting them down. I got a Winged Eagle with a blue and a Winged Eagle with a black globe. Have you? A lot of people don't even know that there's those variants. I don't think they've ever done it, but I'd love them to do the Intercontinental with the red lettering at the top. The old Intercontinental belt, when Macho Man had it, had red WWF at the top, and it just popped with that. It looks so good, but I don't know if they've ever done it in the Mattel line with the red. But yeah, the black and the blue globes is a cool little thing to keep an eye on. Right, Madcat Moss interrupting Corbin. No one wants to hear you talk. Austin does. When do you think Gunther will be champion? He's my favourite right now. I love Gunther. Probably not for a while. I think there's a good chance he could get there. He feels main event to me, but equally, He could end up the same way Nakamura did. For years, tattoo artists have been allowed to try out their worst ideas on Happy Corbin. So, yeah, I think Gunther, I can't see him getting it like this year. And he might struggle next year. I sort of feel like we need to get out of this Roman phase. But listen, if he goes over to... If Cody wins the title and Gunther goes over to Raw, imagine Cody against Gunther. That'd be brilliant. Cody Rhodes versus Gunther for the title. Hopefully that's where Cody would lose the title. And we could do that some point next year. Sign me up for that. Put me down for that. Put me down for that. Here's Madcap Moss. Madcap Moss needs a new name there. I've said it. Madcap Moss. Making his way down. Old Madcap. Are you ready for WrestleMania Backlash? Yes. What made Madcap Moss so big? Steroids. Is that what I was saying? I don't think that it is. To your face, it is. I still think they've got the wellness policy in, and I don't think... How about for your next phase, you could be entertaining? You've been broken, Corbin. Happy, Corbin. How about for your next phase, you're entertaining? God damn. You could be the big bold wolf. Big bald. What, are we bullying him now? Are we bullies? Are we being bullies, calling him Big Bald Wolf? And laughing at him? I feel like we're bullies. Yeah. Why are we bullying the heel? It's weird, isn't it? Big Bald Wolf. Big Bald Wolf. Take his lunch money! Stuff him in a locker! Yeah. This is bullying. Yeah. Let's bully people now. And have the crowd cheer whilst we do it. We're having a look at Drew Gulak. It feels good to bully a bully, says Larae. Not sure it's the message we should be teaching the kids. Certainly stand up to a bully. But do we need to bully a bully? Is that the message? I'm pretty sure they had a "Be a Star, Don't Be a Bully" campaign, didn't they? Guys, remember, be a star, don't be a bully. Big Bold Wolf! Big Bold Wolf! Big Bold Wolf! I would call you a wart, but warts have hair. You haven't got no hair, because you're bald. Don't be a bully, guys. Be a star. Be a star. Drew Gulak deserves better than this. Humble, Corbin. I make you humble. Right, Drew Gulak's inside the ring. It's going to be Gulak versus question mark.
Here we go. Gulak said it's good to be back. Here we go. Dream match. Dream match. Drew Gulak versus question mark. Poor Drew Gulak. He doesn't deserve this much pain. Here's my thoughts on Austin. He's a creep and a weird child. Why did Drew stop wrestling? Well, I don't know that it was his choice, to be honest. I just don't know that they had anything for him. Gulak the wrestler, what a concept. I've been saying that Corbin should start a wolf pack. Oh, I like that. I like that. That's very good. I liked him. You know, when he took on Drew at WrestleMania and he had that kind of wolf pack vibe. Because I remember him playing cards backstage and he was like the head of a faction. And he had, like, you know, Madcap with him. They put in a few other extras. And he was playing cards. And he was watching on TV, like, what Drew was saying. But he was just sort of, like, you know, playing cards at the same time. He looked cool. Dare I say, he actually came across as, like, in control of the situation. And, you know what I mean? He's, like, laughing with friends, drinking, watching. Like, you know, it had a bit of, like, a gangstery vibe to it. It was good. It was good. I think him in charge of like a wolf pack, if done right, could be really fun. Matt said, will WWE ever incorporate live animal slaughter? Don't think so. I think the closest they came was squashing Damien, but you never actually saw it. Oh, and they killed that spider, didn't they? Do you remember Rowan with his cage and it had a spider in, and then didn't someone like stomp on it and destroy the cage? I think it was Drew, wasn't it? Drew destroyed the cage and the spider. That was another. He killed an innocent animal and destroyed that cage, and he was the face, and everyone was like, "Yeah!" It's a long history of faces being bullies. Long history. So, you can count those examples of live animal slaughter if you like. Corbin should join the End of Days. Right, we are at commercial break at the moment, but we are almost 50 minutes in. Almost 50 minutes into this show, and, you know, it's been all right. Been all right. It's go home, innit? It's go home. It's not the craziest show I've ever seen in my life. We know that the ratings are going to be down. They're always down. They're always struggling. But the ratings will be down for this one because of NBA. But it is the go home show. I think this weekend, you know, should get some good attention. I really do think it's better being on a Sunday. Trying to go up against a Canelo fight and a UFC main event, like you're really competing for trending space. Do you know what I mean? You got to think that Canelo and UFC are going to dominate the trending. WWE do very well at holding their own on that, though. I will give them credit for that. But they'll do better on Sunday. I think WrestleMania Backlash is going to be a boring show. There's only one title defended, says Tarek. What are your thoughts on me? I don't have thoughts. I think about wrestling and UFC and boxing and who the flip is about to face Drew Gulak. I'll tell you who's facing him! The Ring General! The Ring General! Oh! Why didn't I see this coming? The Ring General! Oh, Drew Gulak. Oh my God, they've killed him! They've killed him! They've killed Drew Gulak! Oh, Drew Gulak! Ah! Look at his face! Look at his face! Oh, this is perfect.
This is brilliant. Why did I not see this coming? No, I didn't really give it any thought, but if... the Ring General! The Ring General! Yeah, I want Gulak to try and get out of this now. I want Gulak to be having a word with the ref going, no. Is there any way out of this? Look, I don't want to. I'll go back over there and just ring the bell. I don't want the match. Can you speak to them backstage? I don't want the match. I don't want it. That's what I want him to be doing. The Ring General making his way inside. He looks great in reds. Absolutely fantastic. Everything he does. Michael Cole said there's very little wasted motion from the Ring General. Gulak over in the corner staring at the... He does not look happy. He does not look happy at all. USA chants. Yeah, come on. Get behind him. Get behind Gulak. Come on, crowd. USA. USA. Gunther's going to break their hearts. He's going to break their hearts. Get behind Gulak. If they get behind Gulak, the disappointment will only be more severe. When Gunther gets the job done. He's already grabbed the arm of Gulak. This is easily my favourite part of the show so far. But, I mean, it's not even close. I did like the beatdown between Ronda and Charlotte. Big chop there by Gunther. Big chop as Gulak scurries back into the corner. We've got, I can't remember his name. The guy on the outside now. Was Barthel, wasn't it? Ludwig, I think they call him now. Big boot by Gunther. Another big chop. He's dominating. He's dominant. Look, he's just absolutely destroying him. It's exactly what it should be as well. Face first, Gulak goes into the corner. He's got him... Oh my god, and you can see like how red his chest is. I love that as well, where he puts him on the top rope, gets up, puts his foot across their throat. And Gulak on the outside. Ludwig doing the cheerleading, if you will, on the outside. And here's the submission hold, the headlock being applied. Gulak's trying to survive. He's going for a powerbomb. There, boom. 1, 2, 3. Dizzledog said, if I was watching SmackDown without the stream, I would not be excited about Gulak whatsoever. Yeah, Gulak is... I think a lot of people feel sorry for Gulak because he's not had much opportunity. He's also great name on the indie scene. He's someone that kind of really came through that indie scene, made a name for himself. There was high hopes. He went into that. I think he was in the Cruiserweight Classic. Certainly he was in 205 Live. It's just not happened, has it? He's not kicked on. In all fairness, he's not got the size to really get like Vince's attention. And now he's just, used this way, but... The Ring General! Gunther! Volta versus Gunther. Oh, dream match. Goddamn dream match. So, USA chants were breaking out, but it didn't help. Just seeing Rick Boog's WrestleMania collapsing during that match, being carried out. And last month, look, we saw Shinsuke getting a hug from Roman Reigns, looking confused. And then the Usos super kicks knocked him down. Where are we going with this Nakamura story. Shinsuke. Here's Shinsuke. You've got an issue. One day soon. When the time is right. I will get a piece of Roman Reigns. And then he will never forget Sammy in the background. Oh my God, Sammy in the background. Sammy is going to take that information to Roman like he did the other week. Sammy being a snitch is really, really good. I really like Sammy being a snitch and working with Roman. That's good, isn't it? I really like that. There's been a couple of things in a row here that have grabbed me. It's great that we've not just forgotten about Shinsuke and Gunther. Always happy to see him and see him now stepping up and going up against not just jobbers now, but you know, low level WWE talent, if you will. Not that Gulak's talent is low, just how he's used. We now know Roman will lose the title to Drew at Backlash. We now know Roman will lose the title to Drew at Backlash, says William. Where the heck is Butch? We are at commercial break. No one likes snitches. Snitches get stitches. Yeah. Snitches get stitches. Halftime. Do you want to do halftime now? Do it now. We'll do it now. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Why don't you tell me what they are? Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores. I really should record this song so I don't have to sing it every time we do this bit. Halftime score. One day I will set up my Stream Deck thing. Oh no, Stream Deck. I will set this up and I will press a button and a little me will pop up in the corner and do a really good, solid rendition of that song so that I don't have to sing it every single time. And little me, mini me can sing it as instead. That is also on my to-do list in the summer. Set this up. Because it can do things. I don't know what those things are, but it can do things. 6.5, 7, 8, 5.5, 6, 6.55, 8, 8, 5, 6, 7. Is there just 1 hour left for SmackDown? There is. 5.5, but Gunther bumped it up to 7. The song got a live variation. That's the chase version of the song. That's the chase. You know, it's quite rare to find that one. Definitely worth picking it up if ever you do spot it. 6 said Ledger Killer. 6 says Hayden. 6 said J14. Tay said 4.5. Trey said 6.5. Nothing beats the WOF song, says Wes. Zach with a 5. Finally, table match time. Sheamus and Ridge will win. Justin says 6.5. Edward says 10 out of 10 for the singing. Jennifer says 6. End of Days says 7.5. Jaden says 7.5. Here is Kayla Braxton. Hi, Kayla. Kayla, how are you? That's not going to happen on my watch, says Drew. So he's talking about the six-man tag that's coming up. Yes, we do. Drew said, people deserve a surprise, a sneak peek as to what to expect this Sunday. So he's talking of kicking Roman's head off. It's a bit extreme, isn't it? You should use the mic out of the kids' magazine for the song. Do you know what? I don't quite know where it is. Because I used it, like, the other week, and then I sort of threw it, and I don't know where it's gone now. It'll be around there somewhere. But it's not to hand. Why did the robber take a bath? Because he wanted to make a clean getaway. Ba-dum-bum-t. I feel, Coach Co, I really feel like you provide a great service to this community, because I would imagine a lot of these jokes get recycled in playgrounds all over the world on Monday. Right now, we're looking for where's Butch. Is he at Coachella? Is he in London? Where's Butch? Where is he? Where's he gone? I didn't even know we'd lost him. Drew might have a face run as long as Roman's, so when he turns heel, it will be epic. Is the Butch storyline going to lead to Pete Dunne getting released? I don't think so. I feel like they're actually doing, something with him. This is a campaign, really, that not only goes and plays out on TV, but plays out on social media, which is good. I mean, that means the stuff that you can have fun with. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's something that wrestling fans can come up with their own theories as to hashtag Where's Butch. Make their own memes. It's an interactive type social media campaign in a way, really. We launched the Where's Butch campaign. Say, it's a new day, please. It's a new day, please. Butch was left in the Newcastle area. Maybe Butch was the one responsible for those ropes breaking. And as a result, he did get left in Newcastle as punishment. That's what I think happened. New Day sucks, says End of Days. Imagine if Butch comes back as Pete Dunne. The three faces of Dunne. Pete Dunne, Butch, and a persona that we've yet to meet. Strike to the back of the head. We are into the final hour. Into the final hour as Ridge Holland throws in a strike to the side of the head, and Xavier lands on his feet. Kofi comes crashing down from top turnbuckle. Kick coming in. We got New Day working together on Ridge Holland, who goes down to his knees. Against the ropes goes the New Day as they hit a bulldog. Sheamus grabbing Kofi and pulling him outside the ring. So we've got Sheamus and Kofi on the outside as Xavier comes crashing down. We've got tables all around the ringside area. This is a tables match. That means he did walk out in the Newcastle crowds. Butch is hiding in the women's bathroom. Like William Hensey. Scorpio Sky is going to defend his TNT title against Frankie next Friday. Have you got any fears? And no, Eva Marie Brandy Rhodes do not count. I don't like rats. I don't like rats because they live in sewers. It's pretty dirty, isn't it? They are known to carry disease, which is pretty moody, isn't it? And they're everywhere. Like, they're in all major cities, they're in all major towns. So, I don't know what there is to like about them, to be honest. I'm all right with, like, pet rats. If someone's got a pet, went for a suplex there, and Sheamus moves the table out the way. So if someone's got a pet rat, like, that's a little I still don't like them. But it's a bit different to those that are out in the wild living in sewers and... Ugh. So, yeah, I don't like them. That's about it, really. I don't think... I'm not bothered by spiders or insects. I'm not bothered by flying. I don't care about the dark. I'm a big strong boy, to be honest. I'm a big strong boy. But I don't like rats. Ridge charging in as Xavier moves out the way. Ridge goes into ring steps. I hate clowns, says End of Days. No, rats. What about flying roaches? We don't have them. We don't really... I feel like I've looked and... technically, we have cockroaches, but I've never seen one in the UK, to be honest. Oh, my God. Wow. Kofi Kingston with a crossbody off the top. He collides into Sheamus. The angle of that was a bit weird because Sheamus was right next to the barricade and Kofi hits him quite high. So Sheamus, like, really goes over. It does break, but the way that went looked a little extreme. I don't think it was botched or anything, but didn't look fun to give or take, to be honest. Quite the spot, that. Quite the spot to take us to commercial break. That was awesome, said Delwyn. Ernesto said, my only fear is roller coasters. I just avoid amusement parks and pretend I'm a total badass. To be honest, that's a great, easy fear because that ain't a problem, is it? I mean, like, that does not affect your everyday life. But, like, you know, there's people that have got, like, phobias of different things. I've got a friend who's got a phobia of being sick. It sounds weird, but he was sick and he hated it. He couldn't cope with the feeling of it, and he hated it to the point now where he's got a phobia of it. But it's really bad because, like, he has to watch everything he eats, checks dates and all that kind of stuff, and make sure everything's in date. Because if he has anything that's out of date or anything that could make him sick, that would be a big problem. Yeah, weird, isn't it, that one? There's lots of people that have got those kind of strange phobias, though. I saw a program where there was, like, someone that was scared of cotton wool and, you know what I mean, like, all these kind of phobias. So it's weird ones out there, but yeah, I don't have anything like that apart from rats. I genuinely don't like rats. Do you think they're building up Kofi and Xavier versus Holland and Sheamus feud for Mania next year? No, don't think so. That's a long way. Don't lie to yourself. You haven't got any friends in real life. Well, I used to when I worked in retail. And I think they'd still answer my calls. Right, we're back from commercial break. My girlfriend had that same phobia. What, the one about being sick? Yeah. It's strange, isn't it? Strange, but very debilitating, if you will. Because it really controls everything you do in life. It sounds like, well, just don't be sick. It sounds easy, but it's not. Like, constantly washing hands and, like, being afraid of germs and you know, not being around, not wanting to be around people in case they've got germs and could give you germs, and then you're sick as a result. Having to watch what you eat, having to watch when you go to restaurants. Yeah, I'm glad I don't have that, to be honest. My biggest fear is phobias in general. I'm a phobia. You're scared of having a phobia. Fair play. I've got a phobia of sleep. That would be a bad one. A phobia of sleep would be a bad one. In the ring, we've got Sheamus throwing in clubbing strikes to Xavier. On the outside, we've got Ridge throwing in clubbing strikes to Kofi. They were both doing them at the same time. They're just showing a replay of the Kofi. Look at that, it's high. It's really high. He catches him up here. He gets mad height as well, but the angle that he's coming down on. Yeah, that was no fun to do or to receive. There's a table set up in the ring. We've got Ridge and Sheamus with Kofi. They've got him in the corner. Almost put him through the table. Did you see WWE impressed with Big Cass? Yeah, it was mentioned earlier. I don't know where that's come from. I don't know. Has that come from? Does anyone know if that's from Meltzer? Is that from Sean Ross Sapp? Does anyone know where that's come from? Because I saw it on Twitter, but they never credited where it had come from. So the legitimacy of it, I couldn't work out how legit it was. Sheamus with... Oh, wow. White noise on the edge of the ring. I've got a phobia of running out of smoke. I'm claustrophobic, and no, it doesn't mean I'm afraid of Santa Claus. Nice forearm strike by Xavier. Against the ropes goes Ridge. Against the ropes goes Xavier. Rolls over. Kick, nice kick. Down goes Ridge Holland. So we got a table in the corner of the ring. We've got 48 minutes to go. 48 minutes. Obviously, we'll stick around to do the full-time scores, but no Rampage. Already done it. So, no Rampage for us. But we do have what I'm sure will be an interesting main event when Drew and RK-Bro will put the finishing touches to their build as they go up against the Bloodline this Sunday. Ridge Holland on top of a table. Xavier going over to the corner. Xavier's climbing up top. Sheamus grabbing Xavier's leg. Do you think Sheamus winning his first titles in a tables match was supposed to happen? Well, I think he was. I don't know if it was meant to happen. That I honestly have never heard if that was meant to happen or not, to be honest. I can't say I've ever heard it wasn't. And I'd have to think, like, if it wasn't, then it probably would have come out that it wasn't. So, I think it was. But yeah, it's an interesting one. It's one that I think he would always have been a world champion regardless. Even if it hadn't happened then, he would have got it eventually. He's right in Vince McMahon's wheelhouse. You know, he's got a great look to him. He can cut a promo as well. His in-ring is maybe not all that, but he lays it in. He goes for it. Oh, there's Butch. Butch coming from underneath the ring. Butch underneath the ring, and he's attacking Kofi. Butch was underneath the ring. He's been fun fact, he's been under there for 2 weeks. 2 weeks Butch has been under there. No food, no water. Just having to live off whatever he finds under the ring. Here you go. Xavier about to be put through a table. And he is. And the table explodes. Butch knocks Sheamus out the way. Starts pounding away on Xavier. Cut to the wrong camera. Butch goes back and again starts unloading on Xavier. He's been feeding off kendo sticks, yeah. Under the ring, living off kendo sticks. Right, we're backstage with Kayla Braxton and Paul Heyman. I caught up with Drew. He said he wanted to kick the head off the head of the table. Are you flirting with me? Are you looking for me to take you out tonight? She is. Here's Sammy. Kaylee, if you don't mind. Don't leave me alone with him. I consider myself a confidant to Roman Reigns. Yeah, the only thing I would say is that interview, it was broadcast on SmackDown. So as long as Roman's got SmackDown on, he would have seen that interview anyway. I will deal with Shinsuke, says Sammy. You let him know. I'm going to tell you something. The tribal chief respects. Yes, Sammy loves it. This is how I get my credibility back. Done. Heyman says done. Done. I'll tell him. You're a good man. Thank you. These two are great together. They're great together. Sammy telling Paul Heyman, thank you. This is how I get my credibility back. So he's going to deal with Shinsuke. He's told Paul Heyman just to let Roman know, I've got his back. I don't know where we're going with this. I don't know what the end game is. What if Roman cheats Sammy somehow and Sammy turns face? That'd be so good. That would be so goddamn good. Imagine face Sammy cheated, feeling like he needs revenge against Roman. I'd be down for that. I love Sammy. I do love Sammy. Sammy, I think, is... I don't like to say underrated because I don't know how people rate him. But it's clear that Vince likes him because he uses him a lot. Uses him in a lot of storyline stuff. Doesn't have him doing like loads of matches, but he's wrestled more recently. But he's constantly been around like promos and carried the weight of stories. He's very good at doing promos. He's very good at like projecting his emotion. He's a very big personality. He's got tons of charisma. He's great. He is great. Sami Zayn is an honorary member of the Bloodline. Dizzledog said they did bounce right off each other. It was great chemistry. The Great Liberator versus the Tribal Chief. I prefer NXT Sammy. Well, NXT Sammy was face Sammy. So you could get back to NXT. The underdog from the underground, was it? The underdog from the underground. He was great in NXT. He was great in NXT. He had that Daniel Bryan vibe about him, to be honest. He was the plucky underdog that everyone was rooting for. And that is one of my earliest NXT memories. I said when we got the WWE Network here in the UK, it was like Charlotte, Sasha, Bayley, and Becky in a Fatal 4-Way. I remember that match. I should find that takeover, because that takeover is one of the first things I got to watch when we finally got the network. We got the network here later than you guys in America. But, yeah, that Fatal 4-Way that everyone wants on the main roster that's never happened. To my knowledge, we have never had a Fatal 4-Way between Charlotte, Becky, Bayley, and Sasha. We've never had that on the main roster, but we did get it at NXT. We did get it at NXT. But I can't remember the NXT it happened on. I've got the video for it. NXT Arrival. NXT Women's Championship. NXT Rival. NXT. I want to see what this card was. Because I think Sammy was in the main event of it. February 11th, 2015. February 11th, 2015. Yeah, it is that card. That card means is one of the first NXT things I ever saw. It's Hideo Itami against Tyler Breeze. Baron Corbin against Bull Dempsey. Don't know if you remember him. Blake and Murphy against Lucha Dragons, which was Kalisto and Sin Cara. Finn Balor against Adrian Neville, who would become Neville and is now Pac. Sasha Banks against Charlotte, against Bayley, against Becky Lynch. Main event, Kevin Owens versus Sami Zayn. Talking to Sami Zayn, we're backstage with him and Adam Pearce. You can have a match with Nakamura right now. Now? Like right now. He's got to face Nakamura right now. So he wanted the match next week. But it's happening now. We were meant to get a Fatal 4-Way at this year's Mania, but Ronda came back and Bayley got injured. I want to see the WWE Horsewomen as a unit more than seeing them face each other, says Jim. What did the tie say to the hat? You go on ahead and I'll hang around. Do you remember Tyler Breeze against Jushin Thunder Liger? I do, yeah. I do. Here's Lacey Evans. Jeez. Anyone doing anything nice this weekend? Anyone got any plans? Going anywhere? Nice restaurant, maybe? Bit of bowling? Going to the cinema? Going on holiday this year, are you? What is... I was happy, but not anymore. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I mean, look, she has been through it, and I feel sorry for her, but oh my god. Your favourite segment of the week? Zachary said, I'm going to go with my mum to IHOP. Sounds nice. I've never been to IHOP. Chapter 5?
Chapter 5.
My cousin is graduating on Monday. Oh, is he? Many congratulations to him. Did she live in the Breaking Bad universe before this? I'm going food shopping tomorrow. I'm going to bake a cake. Oh, that sounds nice. That sounds nice. You sound like Stewie Griffin interrogating Brian about his book. Zachary said, I'm also looking forward to UFC. Same here, buds. Is it that bad? It's just really depressing. Mother, wife, sister, daughter. She always says that in every one of these. It feels like something that Vince has told her to say. There's no question this has been a heart-wrenching story. Yeah, for the fans. For the fans to have to sit through these promos 5 weeks in a row. Please welcome Lacey Evans. Left, right, left, 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 right, left. Sam said 100 chapters later, here we go. It's like she's winning the goddamn Warrior Award. Can I just remind people nothing's changed. She's still the same person. I know she's been through horrible, horrible stuff. But she'd been through horrible stuff when she was coming out doing the whole bum bum ba-da-ba-dum bum ba-da-ba-dum bum ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da, you know, all that. Southern Belle being a heel and all of this. This is designed to get sympathy and make her a face and all that kind of stuff. It's way too intense. It's way too turned up to 11 for me. All it does is gives me a feeling of like being uncomfortable. I just feel uncomfortable. And now I just feel uncomfortable around her. I never used to feel uncomfortable. I used to feel bored. But now I feel uncomfortable and bored. I'm glad she's in a better place. I'll say that much. I don't want people thinking I'm a completely horrible person. I'm glad she's in a better place. I'm glad she's got a beautiful family. I'm pleased for her for all of those things. But, this has not been fun. Right, Raquel Rodriguez. That was all we got, by the way. They just introduced her. She came out. She waved to the crowd, kind of jumped onto the barricades, and that's that. Now we're off to... Now she didn't even get in... I thought we was going to get an in-ring interview or something. Or she was going to have a match. But no, that's it. That's that. Done. Moving on. Sami Zayn against Shinsuke Nakamura, which absolutely should have been made for this weekend. Because if you saw them in NXT... Jeez. It was a bona fide classic. So these two should be facing really this Sunday. Be a great match. Lacey still looks smug and heelish. Can't forget that Southern Belle character, says British Soundboard Pranks. Sean said, having a true story for Lacey is good. Uncomfortable. Well done. Taylor West, well done. Uncomfortable. You've been uncomfortable-boarded. Very good. When I was young, I fell off a building. I lost all my feeling, and then I got it back later on. But I looked like mashed potatoes, and then I went outside and I was set on fire. I don't need any more. I don't need any more. NXT Nakamura was fire, says James. I want Sammy versus Seth Rollins in a bad dance-off, says Blazed Radio. Ranger Blocks Gaming XX521. Shout out to you. Hope you're well. Hello, hello, hello. Almighty Nick said it's too late days. I already think you're the worst person. But that's why I watch. I like horrible people. Dude, you are so in the right place. You are so in the right place. We've had a go at kids. We've had a go at old people. We're now having a go at a woman that's exposing her brutal past. I mean, really, my criticism knows no boundaries. No boundaries. Right, we are at commercial break. Amin said, I think Sami Zayn is going to interfere in the Bloodline match on Sunday. Tarek said, what's the main event? It's going to be Drew and RK-Bro face to face with the Bloodline. That's what it's going to be. You mark my words. You mark those words right now. Does this explain why she likes Ric Flair? Maybe. Maybe. She saw him as a father figure. What's your favourite movie moment of all time? I don't know that I have one. Not really a movie person. There's lots of classic movies I have never seen. I've seen things like Rocky and Godfather and Goodfellas, but I mean, I've never seen like Lawrence of Arabia or Ben-Hur or Sound of Music or... I'm trying to think. I've seen the Star Wars ones. Most of the Marvels I've not seen. I've never seen I Am Legend. There's lots. I'm not a movie person. I never claim to be a movie person. I like the bit I've said before where Rose doesn't let Jack onto the clearly obvious bit of wood at the end of Titanic and she just lets him die. That was my favourite bit. And then she was like, no, Jack, no. And she like pretended she cared. That was good. Here's Shinsuke. When I was young, I was forced to watch AEW, but I didn't complain about it. Wow, what you could do is go on WWE TV and tell your story across 5 weeks about, you know, how you was forced to do that. Citizen Kane. Never seen it. I've heard amazing stuff about it. 2001 Space Odyssey as well. I've only ever seen bits of. I've never sat down and watched the whole thing. But yeah, I've not seen Citizen Kane either. This is the Monty Python Yorkshire sketch. We need to try and one-up her story, said List of Jericho. Edward said, I've never seen Goodfellas. It's good. It's good. Goodfellas is good. I enjoyed Goodfellas. It's a mob film that's all in one story. With Godfather, there's like multiple parts, isn't there? I mean, you can just watch The Godfather, but yeah, Goodfellas is good. I like Casino as well. That was a good film. But I haven't really got a favourite moment. I mean, there's a few twists in films, which I am not going to ruin. So, again, if you've not seen Titanic, I won't say what happens to the boat, but there are some twists in films. Let's not name our favourite twists because let's not spoil it for those that haven't seen. But yeah, there's some good ones. Have you seen the comedy show Citizen Khan on BBC One? I haven't, but I know of it. I've seen it advertised. Have you seen Fast and Furious? No. Well, yes and no. I mean, it's on different ones are on TV, so I've seen clips, but I've never sat down and watched a film. I've never watched more than 5 minutes. It's not my thing. I'm not a car person. All of the genes in our family for cars went to my brother. He loves them. I have no interest whatsoever. So, cars that are orange and do the bouncy thing, I mean, I'm sure they're great, but I would not be paying to go to a cinema to watch it. So, yeah, not my thing. I heard there could be a sequel to Titanic. I think there was. All joking aside, I think there was. I don't think it was a big film release. I think it was a comedy thing. Yeah. Titanic 2 came out in 2010. So there is a Titanic 2. Action and adventure. Hour and a half. Titanic 2. 100 years later, lightning strikes twice. Lol. Honouring the 100th anniversary of its namesake, a modern luxury liner called Titanic 2 set sail along the same path. When a looming iceberg spells doom, the crew struggle to avoid a similar fate. What an original story. Have you seen The Wizard of Oz? No. I equally wouldn't want to. That really does not sound like it appeals. A lion, a witch, and a wardrobe. Do you know what I mean? Or going along a yellow brick road. I don't need to see that. Commercial break. It is commercial break. Days, what would you take to marry my mom? We want someone that likes wrestling, said Drift Zone. Is she fit? I'm a bit busy, to be honest. But I'm sure your mum is lovely. I like to make mum jokes, but I'm sensing your mum. I'm sensing your mum is a lovely woman. William said Titanic 4, they drag the old lady to the bottom of the ocean to drown her and reunite her with Jack. That would be so beautiful. I would watch that. I would watch an old woman getting drowned. I would really enjoy that. Days has got a dark heart. Hard to deny after that last comment. Emotionless and rarely gets excited, but when he does, he's like a giddy aunt. It is. Well, I don't know if that's true that I get rarely excited. I just think like it takes something to genuinely make me excited, and on most Raws and Smackdowns, there's not really anything I'm going to be losing my mind over. Although, in all fairness, I did not see that Gunther moment earlier. That was good. I did enjoy that. I didn't like Godfather. It insists upon itself, said List of Jericho. Have you seen Troy? No. That's all like mythology in it, I think. Something to do with ancient world. Not my bag, baby. So I've not seen Troy. Avengers Endgame is number 1 on my list before 2022. Oh, what's the number 1 film on my list for 2022? That's a good question. I want to watch James Bond. I actually bought it for myself at Christmas and I've still not watched it. So I want to see the latest James Bond. I want to see Licorice Pizza, because we've been talking a lot about that on Wrestling Escape Pod, and then it got nominated for Best Film. So I want to see it. So I do want to see I want to see Licorice Pizza. I want to see James Bond. There was another. I want to see the Batman. I'd like to see that. That might be my top 3 at the moment, actually. That might be my top 3. I forgot Titanic 2 was a thing. Oh no, we've sunk again. Pick one to face Roman at WrestleMania 39, Rock or Cody? Rock. The James Bond one was good. I have heard it's good. Yeah, I have heard it's good. Have you seen the end of Ozark? No. I think there's about 3 seasons, is there? I'm sure I got to the end of 2. Have not seen the 3rd season yet. Thank you for reminding me though, because I will definitely try to watch that. I'll tell you what I'm watching, and I just cannot stop watching it. Taskmaster. I love Taskmaster here in the UK. It's not a film, it's a comedy show, and it's about these comedians that get set tasks, and then they have to go and do them. So one of the tasks might be, I was watching the other day, make the most inappropriate wedding cake. So they have half an hour to make the most inappropriate wedding cake. And of course, you can imagine the kind of things they're doing and what they're coming up with. And they get set so many tasks in the show. And it's a comedy show. But here in the UK, we've had 13 seasons of it. There's over 100 odd episodes. I love it. Some of it just has me crying with laughter. So I love Taskmaster. I didn't realise all the episodes are on YouTube now. So you can just search Taskmaster and all the episodes are on there. I don't know if they're region locked. I don't know. I mean, they work for me, but I couldn't tell you if they worked for you lot in America. But, oh God, it's so good. It's one of my all-time favourite shows. So now that all the episodes are on there, I've just been watching them whilst I've been doing stuff. And then I found out there is a Taskmaster in New Zealand. And I meant to ask Hayden, actually, if he watched it. So if Hayden is watching, who is in New Zealand, he'll have to let me know if he watches Taskmaster in New Zealand. Because I've started to watch that on YouTube now. Sami Zayn's down. We are back from the commercial break. And Nakamura going for an armbar. He's looking for the armbar. It's not quite on. Sami rolling over. 1, 2. 2 count for Sami. Misses with a high kick. Lovely kick there by Nakamura as Sami goes down. Sami is down. Nakamura back in the corner of the ring. It's just a little taste here. Just a little taste of what these two can do. Kinshasa. Sami gets out the ring. Just as he was about to be Kinshasa'd. Nakamura on the outside with a strike of his own. Ghostbusters Afterlife comes onto Sky Cinema next Friday. Clint said, can I see the DVD case for No Time to Die? I have shown it before, but I don't actually know where it is. It's going to be in with my DVDs, but I can't put my hand on it right now. Mainly because I can't see it. If I could see it, I would grab it, but I've actually got a green screen set up over there. So I can't actually see all the DVDs. But Sami's managed to get into the ring, and he's won this by count out. Sami wins by count out. I started a 3-part documentary, Meltdown 3 Mike Island today. I've never heard about it. It's a potential nuclear disaster. I've heard about that. I've heard that there was almost a nuclear disaster in America. I've watched it on one of those, YouTube videos that gets recommended. Because I watched a bit on Chernobyl. Because when I watched Chernobyl, the TV show, I watched videos on it. And then you get recommended other similar things. And I remember definitely something being about there almost being a nuclear... I think there might even have been a nuclear weapon that was accidentally dropped. I would watch that. That sounds right up my street. That sounds great. Right, they're just talking about WrestleMania Backlash. Oh, here we go. Oh, wow, we've only got 16 minutes. Oh, wow, this is going fast. Oh, wow. I'm saying oh, wow a lot. Here comes RK-Bro and Drew McIntyre. Making their way to the ring. Big final segment. Pleasure trailer. Neon's NSFW porn drama is one of the most shocking films of 2022. What's it called? Pleasure. And it's one of the most shocking films of 2022. Do I want to ask why? If you tell me something is the most shocking something of the year, the natural reaction is to not just leave it, but to ask why. But I don't think I want to go down that road with William Hensey, to be honest. No, I'm not going to ask it. Oh, James, you've got to watch Chernobyl. You've got to. It is so... I watched it, thought it was incredible, and then as soon as my dad asked me, like, is there anything good to watch at the moment? Not only did I tell him to watch Chernobyl, I stayed and watched it again with him. It is so... It won loads of awards. You gotta get on it, man. You gotta get on it. Right, we are about to go to commercial break again. It's about the porn industry. Yeah, I figured that. I just wondered what would be so shocking. Because, do you know what I mean? If you're telling me it's the most shocking thing of the year, then all of a sudden you go, well, what? What could they do? What is it? Why? William will just tell you straight up, I know, yeah. That's why I was like, do I want to ask this question? I don't think I do. Man, we could get banned off YouTube. Let's not go there. It's a documentary, says William. It's on Netflix. The incident happened in 1979. It's called Meltdown 3, Mike Island. It's out this week. I would watch that. I would absolutely watch that. Have you watched The Big Bang Theory? I've seen bits. I mean, if people are into it, it's cool. I don't think it's my kind of thing. I watched a bit of it and it didn't grab me. Didn't quite grab me. But weirdly enough, again, like, my dad doesn't watch TV that much. He's never been a TV person. But as he's got older, and, time's catching up with him and whatnot, he's starting to, watch a bit more. And he was telling me how much he loves Young Sheldon. Just randomly. I don't even know how he's found that show. Do you know what I mean? You know these parents. They just get into stuff and you're like, how have you got into that? But yeah, randomly is like he was like, oh, I love Young Sheldon. It's like the Big Bang thing. He was like, yeah, oh, okay. Here's me watching Chernobyl, and there's him watching Young Sheldon. Walking Dead is done for good. Simpsons finish next year. Does it? Simpsons finish. The Simpsons finishing. Simpsons feels like it should finish, in all fairness. Only because they should do specials once a year and make it a big thing. I think these endless series is not really the right model now. I think they could do a 1 hour special each year, like around Christmas or whatever, that people, I think, would genuinely look forward to, and I think would be, would get a bit of buzz. And I think that would be good if they did, like, specials. So it doesn't need to go away forever. I just think that, like, the constant series probably, it's diminishing returns, isn't it? It's nowhere near where it was. So, I think they could try something different. I tell you what I think would be fun. What if they did a, like, series on each character? I mean, rather than just The Simpsons all the time, what if they did, like, a 6-episode story featuring Ralph? And then they did, like, a 6-episode story on Mo? and then they did a 6-episode story on like Apu, or like that could be really interesting. So just doing this like endless Simpsons, I reckon they could freshen it up. Definitely, they don't need to go away, but and just attack it from a different angle. I didn't hear about that though. Jim said, I don't think Simpsons will ever end. Cliff said Simpsons should have ended a while ago. Do you watch The Voice? No. I don't really watch those talent shows. If Britain's Got Talents on, I might watch that because you get a bit of mixture. But like, you know, the singing ones, not really bothered. If someone can sing, well, that's cool. But a lot of these people win the thing and then you never see them. So many winners have come and gone that I don't know. It's not. I think with Britain's Got Talent, you don't know what you're going to get next. It might be a dance group, might be a singer, might be a magician. It could be anything. So I find Britain's Got Talent, if I was to watch them, it would probably get my attention more. But saying that, that came back on TV the other day. I didn't watch it. It's on a Saturday night, innit? Busy on a Saturday, guys. I'm busy. Here's Drew with his swords. When is BGT on? It came back, I think, last Saturday. I think it returns. I've never watched one full episode of The Simpsons, says Dark Angel. I don't know. I mean, obviously I don't know what you're into, but, I mean, they're so quotable. They're so clever. But the more recent stuff has been... Although saying that, I keep hearing about how the recent stuff's rubbish, and then I keep watching the odd episode on Channel 4, which is probably like, 10 seasons old. But even stuff 10 seasons old, I haven't seen. I've pretty much seen everything in the first 15 seasons, but then anything after that is sketchy. Drew in the ring with RK-Bro. RK-Bro are one of the best tag teams ever, like Demolition, the Megabucks, Strikeforce, Harlem Heat, the Steiners, the Outsiders, New Day, says Jason. Even though Drew is over with the fans, I've got a feeling he might still turn heel and shock everyone, says Channel Name. Cobra Kai is amazing, says Edward. Simpsons isn't going to end. It's signed on till season 35. I acknowledge I still have Drew McIntyre's handprint on my chest from a few years ago. Acknowledged. Little bit of tension. Acknowledged. That's been acknowledged. Drew said he acknowledged that he kicked Randy and won back that WWE title. Acknowledged. A lot of acknowledging going on. It's great. Acknowledged. Riddle said, I also acknowledge that Randy has got the most muscular legs in all of WWE. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Usos have had their lips attached to Roman's ass for the last few years. Acknowledged. I acknowledge the tribal chief, says Hayden. I acknowledge this segment, says Harley. Hayden, do you watch Taskmaster New Zealand? That was my question. You might have answered it, but I did not see your answer. I'm going to binge watch Chernobyl and Cobra Kai when the football season's over. It's a weird combination, but worth watching. Here we go. 6 minutes left. It's going to take Roman flipping 6 minutes to get to the ring, at least. You need to watch Hollywood Chainsaw Hookers, says Edwards. Well, 3 great words. Larry said, acknowledge Orton will RKO everyone at Backlash. Acknowledge me. Acknowledged. 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 I acknowledge the acknowledgement, says Dark Angel. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Here's the Bloodline. Hayden says yes. Ah, that's good. I've started watching it on YouTube. I like the New Zealand Taskmaster. I'm not sure about the assistant. Not as convinced by him. He's not going to make it to the ring. Yeah, he might not. Yeah, he's not. You're right. Look, they're giving him a microphone. It's too far. It's too far for Roman. It's not fair to bring him out with only 5 minutes left. Roman's looking all that way to the ring going, no, forget this. Just give me a microphone. Give me a microphone. Greatness on a different level mode. No, he is. He is. He's going. He's making his way to the ring. Have we got time? Wow, I hope he's got a packed lunch. Normally takes him that long. He gets down to the edge of the ring. Look, we got the Usos either side. Randy, Drew, Riddle. And here is the Bloodline. 48 hours away from WrestleMania Backlash, and they collide. They go at it. Both teams throwing hands. We've got Riddle being thrown into the corner. Bloodline seem to be doing quite well, but Usos struggling against Drew. Superman punch by Roman. So, Randy Orton on the... Where have they gone? They only got knocked out the ring. Get back in there. We the ones, says Roman. We the ones. There's Riddle. RKO. RKO by Randy. Now the tide has turned. Claymore and Roman goes down. He wasn't out, though. He wasn't out, look. Roman gets Claymored, and he's not out. He takes that Claymore, rolls out the ring. Michael Cole said there's going to be hell to pay this Sunday. Dun, dun, dun. I keep meaning to start the second series of Russian Doll. First series was great. You need to watch the Scream series. Nah. Cool spots. Cool spots. Right, there we go. That is the end of Smackdown. Smackdown has concluded, but we haven't concluded because we've got to get those... thoughts. We need to collect those thoughts. Those thoughts are like Pokemon. Gotta catch them all. Pokemon. I don't know how it goes. What do you score WWE Smackdown? What do you score it, eh? What do you score it? Do you give it an 8 to 10? Do you give it a 7 to 7.5? Do you give it a 6 to 6.75? Do you give it a 5.75 or below? Below. If you know, then you know. This gave me Shield Evolution vibes, says Shiv. 8 said April. Drift Zone with an 8. RK-Bro. RK-Bro. Very good. Is that what they're calling themselves, or did you create that? It's very good. I like it. I was at the movies. I can't score it. My apologies, says Sonny. Dark Knight, loving on Better Call Saul. 7.2, 10 out of 10, 625. WWE never planned to unite the tag titles. It makes me wonder, why waste so much time? Because that's what they do. Wasting time is basically what SmackDown and Raw is. Sorry to burst the bubble. But, you know, when we've got Sasha and Naomi against, say, Rhea and Liv, do we really need Sasha versus Liv, Sasha versus Naomi, Sasha versus Rhea, Naomi versus Rhea, Naomi versus Liv? Tonight we've had Sasha versus Shayna. 5 weeks of Lacey Evans telling us about everything awful in the world. A lot of what you get is just designed to eat up some time and get people on the show. So, yeah, I think, you know, it could have just been. I don't know if they had the plans changed, so I can't say for certain. But it could just be that they just wanted a storyline that was going to explain as to why Usos were going over to Raw and RK-Bro were coming over to SmackDown, and then it just changed as we got closer to it. Or they did plan on doing it, and then it got changed last minute. I don't know where the truth lies on this one. I'm sure one day we'll find out, thanks to an expose. Sasha Shayna was good. Table match was good. Shinsuke Sammy was decent, says the boy. Hayden gives it a 6. What would your finishing move be? I wouldn't be in the ring. Virtual came up with that. Virtual, very good. I give it a 9.5 because of Roman fall on today, and I give 10 out of 10 when Roman loses both titles. Mark said, why is Drew so cringe? Because he runs around with a sword. Silly man. End of day said 8.5. I'm just watching BBC News. Is that 8.5 for BBC News? It's a good score. It's a good score. They'll be pleased with that. And they work hard as well. They deserve it. They deserve it. There's a report that came out saying WWE wasn't ever going to unite those tag titles. Oh, really? I never thought that they would actually unite them and have just one belt. But I thought that they would do the match whereby someone would have both belts and then they would lose it after. Very much like what they're doing with Roman now. I never thought they would ever actually become just one tag team champions, if that makes sense. But if they had no plans to ever do that match, that's pretty wild. SmackDown was rehash and filler, and it put me to sleep. MSARD, shout out to you. I hope you are well. Listen, I thought this SmackDown was fine. I think there was some stuff on here. I like the Gunther reveal. I don't think there's anything that special here. I like the beatdown between Charlotte and... Maybe I could give it a tickle. No, I think that's fair. I really do. I'm torn between... I would go to 6.75, but to be honest, I really feel like this is fair. It's not a bad score. I mean, I'm not down on this show at all. I think it was all right. For a go-home, I think it was very good, actually. I like the beatdown between Charlotte and Ronda, so I thought that was good at the start. I liked Gunther going out and answering Drew Gulak's mystery person. I thought that was good. I think the Sammy story, like Sammy with Paul, was good. Him going out and having just a little sum up with Shinsuke. I mean, obviously the finish is the finish; it's count out. But just gives you a little taste. If that's going to lead to a pay-per-view match, I mean, that'd be great. As we said, Sammy and Shinsuke were brilliant in NXT, so I think that's, got potential. The beatdown at the end, it's nice to see them two teams going at it. as you said, maybe a bit of Shield Evolution vibe. The only thing I would say is that Evolution felt a little special back in 2014 because Batista had just come back, and you had Triple H and Randy Orton, and then the Shield. So I would say that this does give you that vibe, but it maybe just lacks that, Whereas in 2014 we had Batista, now we've got Riddle. Before, where we had Triple H, now we've got Drew McIntyre. Like, it's for me a step below. And Bloodline is not the Shield. It's got great potential, but it's not the Shield. So I agree that it gives me those vibes, but it's not that same level. It's not as good. But I'm sure it's still going to be a barn burner of a match, and I'm sure it's still going to be a lot of fun on Sunday. But it was a good little beatdown at the end. So I just think like this was a solid show, but there wasn't really much that stepped out of the show to make you go, oh my god, this is amazing. Oh, I didn't see that. Was there a killer match on this show? I don't think so. Was there a match that like really delivered and everyone's going to be talking about? No. Was there a return or a big moment? I mean, Gunther coming out was nice and was a nice little moment, but it's not enough to really push that score up. So I feel like 6.5 is fair. I feel like that's fair. Hollywood Guy said, if you had to choose 3 wrestlers to push to take Roman's title, who would it be? Gunther. Love him. As has been well documented. Cody. He's getting pushed anyway, but it's the right thing to do. So Gunther, Cody, and then Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn, I think I keep watching his segments and being entertained by them, and I just think all he's missing is a push. I mean, he can deliver and work with whatever you give him. So I think if you give him that kind of opportunity whereby he turns face and he has enough, basically, perhaps he gets disrespected by Roman, as we said earlier, and he turns back to being a face, and he's got the support of the crowd with him and everything. I think there's a story there, There's definitely a story to be told there. So I really like the idea of, because the Great Liberator it works great for him, and the whole conspiracy, and he's so animated, and everyone's against him, and he just can't believe it, and he's like, he just wants everything to stop and slow down, and he wants people to see how he's being cheated, and he's so good in that role, but he doesn't need to do that forever. So I like the idea of, him changing that up in the future. Whether it's the near future or the future, I'm not sure. But I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to seeing what they do with him. And actually, if he was the one to beat Roman, I wouldn't have a complaint. If it turns out the person that finally beats Roman is Sami Zayn, who's never held a WWE or Universal title, but has, worked so goddamn hard. That'd be cool. Has there ever been a time you've seen a go-home show after watching it and you've got more or less excited for the pay-per-view? Yeah, I mean, probably there's got to be go-home shows that I've watched and got more excited. And that would probably be a go-home show for, like, WrestleManias. I can't really give you examples, to be honest, though, because majority of recent go-home shows haven't changed my... Like, this go-home show, I don't know that it's made me more excited, but it hasn't made me less either. I think a lot of go-home shows have been, you just dismiss them. They're like, you know what they are. The go-home shows. They put the final touches on the feuds. Nothing new or exciting's going to happen. It's a go-home show. This is what's coming at the weekend. Let's have a look at, like, this feud. They'll come down and they'll brawl, or, it's so close to the show, they just can't do anything. So, vast majority of go-home shows just happen, and they don't affect your mood. But I would say, like, anything where there was anything significant that happened just before, or anything that... normally before WrestleMania, if anything big's going to happen on a go home, it would probably be before WrestleMania, just to give it that final push. Before a B show, I don't think they need a boost to views and ticket sales and whatever. But if just before like a WrestleMania, I think, then it might need a little tickle. But I can't think of any examples where someone's come back on the go home. I'm trying to think if when Bray and Undertaker was done. I remember Bray doing a lot of the heavy lifting, but I can't remember if we saw Undertaker on the go home. Or if he literally just turned up at WrestleMania. Can't remember now. For like WrestleMania 31. I'd have to revisit some go home shows. Because as I said, a lot of them do just happen. But I couldn't sit here and say no. No go home show has ever changed my opinion. That can't be true. I would imagine there are go home shows that have made me less excited, and go home shows that have made me more excited. Yeah, I'd imagine all of those things are true, but the vast majority has not changed my opinion at all. Is there a Rampage tonight? No, it's already happened. It's already happened. You missed it. You missed it. You should have been here earlier. You've missed it. It's not my fault. I was here. Right, get in. We'll stick around for like 5 more minutes. So get in your final thoughts, and we'll stick around to get the scores, get your final thoughts, and then I'm going to run away and just get the finishing touches done for tomorrow. Get some tweets lined up ready so I don't need to do them. Make sure that I've got all my background sorted for tomorrow, so I don't need to worry about that either. And, yeah, it would be good to go. Go-home shows during the Monday Night Wars were amazing, said Master Chief. That's true. That's probably when they were at their best. The good thing about the Monday Night Wars was that because of that level of competition, direct competition, you couldn't really ever have a week off. You always had to do something, so that's a good point. Boris Johnson has lost 350 seats, says End of Days. Yeah, but it's in the councils, isn't it? So, it's councils. I think actually what they were projecting was much, much worse. So, I've been watching a bit of like stuff on it today, and they've been saying like, yeah, it's not ideal, but it's also not as bad as what was projected. So, don't know. They'll spin it one way. The other people will spin it another way, and the world still turns. If it turns out Drew is the one, would you be disappointed? Currently, yes, because I just think that the way he's been booked recently has been really poor. I just think that he runs around with a sword, acts a bit cringe. Promos never knock it, rarely do I see a Drew promo and go, yes, that's it, that's amazing, that is it. Like, it's always, I don't know, just never grabs me. He's got supporters and he's got fans, and there's people that, love him and whatnot, but yeah, it's not what I want. I can see him getting that shot at Clash at the Castle. And who knows, maybe he does win it there, but I'm hoping not, to be honest. I'm hoping not. I would love it to be a case whereby he wins, but he wins by count out, wins by DQ. Roman starts beating him up. Tyson Fury comes down and makes the save. And then we've got Drew and Tyson Fury celebrating in the ring. Like, I think that's a way out of it. But we'll have to wait and see. Jim says, go and support your local comic shop for free comic book day tomorrow. Ooh, free comic book day. That's right, guys. You can get a free comic book. It's it's a comic book that's all about the history and upbringing of Lacey Evans. So you can read all about Lacey's youth and everything she's been through in comic book form. That's good, isn't that? That's exciting. So you can have that free. For free. You can have that tomorrow and keep and read whenever you want. So, very exciting. Very exciting. Go and support Free Comic Book Day. Bowley officially announced as Chelsea owner. Has that been announced? I heard it had to go through, like, checks and balances. I don't know who that is. I don't know who Bowley is. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce his name. Hey, Bowley. Baby, I got your money. Don't you worry. Say hey. Baby, I got your money. Hey, Bowley. Chelsea, I've got your money. Don't you worry. Say hey. Chelsea, I've got your money. I heard Hogan is half fired. He's got a Legends contract for merch, but he's banned from TV appearances. Didn't hear that, to be honest. I didn't hear that he was banned from TV appearances. But yeah, he's got a merch deal and Legends deal. I suppose it's a bit tricky, innit? 'Cause if he does walk out, he's going to get booed now. People are not forgiving him for, you know, the things that came out in that video. I mean, that video completely killed his reputation. And, you know, rightfully so for what he said. But he's apologised for it since. Some people have accepted, some haven't. And it's a shame. I mean, it's such a shame. He was such a big legend, wasn't he? I mean, he's one of the biggest names in the history of pro wrestling, and we've got to the point now where we just can't even show him on TV now. It's just a shame. Have you seen Return of the Killer Tomatoes? Maybe when I was young. I'm aware of it. I've heard of Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. But I always get them all like confused with like Little Shop of Horrors and everything. I don't know why. Do you know who beats Roman? No. You can now eat food that was made near the Fukushima power plant that has been banned in the UK. Well, that's exactly what I'm gonna do, dude. Funny you should say that, because that is exactly what I'm about to go off and do. I said that we would stick around and get these final votes in, but now that I can go and eat food from the Fukushima power plant, or that was around it, well, that's what I'm going to go off and do. So let's get this poll wrapped up, and we'll see what you lot thought. What did he do? What did who do? What did who do? Dude, we have so many conversations. I don't know who we're referring to. Oh, Hogan. Is it Hogan? Oh, Google it. What do you score at SmackDown? 8 to 10 got 30%. 7 to 775 got 29%. 6 to 675 got 29%. And 575 or below got 10%. That's amazing, isn't it? It's basically 30, 30, 30, 10. That's amazing. So people really divided as to where they are on this show. Anything ranging from 6 all the way to 10. So that poll has taught us nothing. What have we learned from that poll? Nothing. People have gone, it was a pretty good show. It was all right, yeah. I think what it comes down to is that my average, my all right, is 6.5. I know people can see like a 6.5 and go, oh, that's a bit low. But actually, do you know what I mean? That's acceptable for me. There was good stuff, there was bad stuff. It was fine. It was average. It was watchable. It was, it's fine. Once you start going down, certainly into the 5s and the 4s, yes, then we're starting to get to bad. If it's a 3, it's borderline unwatchable, and I don't think I've ever been to a 2 or a 1. So I would say 6.5 is like fine, but what is fine for me might be different for others. Others might go 7.5, 8. 8 was fine. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, this is, I think, where everyone's scale is a little bit different. But yeah, 30, 30, 30, 10. I don't know if we've seen that before, to be honest. The old 30, 30, 30, 10. Right, we're done. Anyway, we are done. Done. A big thank you to everyone that joined us. Hope you enjoyed the watch long. It was a pretty meaty one today. You know, normally we stick around now and like go through AEW Rampage, but it actually was before. So we've done it. And then we actually ended up doing an hour and a half before SmackDown. And then we've done SmackDown. And we are ready. We are ready. We are now in a position where we're ready for Sunday. So we are back tomorrow for UFC 274. We are also going to do the Liverpool game. Join us for the Liverpool game. That is on Football Days, the other channel. So we're going to do Liverpool versus Tottenham. We're going to do it. We're going to go for it. We're going to go big tomorrow. It's a big weekend. Let's go big. So we're going to do Liverpool versus Tottenham, and then we're going to go straight, pretty much straight, into UFC 274. So UFC 274 straight after Liverpool versus Tottenham. Big day tomorrow. Really looking forward to that UFC show. And then Sunday. I don't know what time it starts, but it is already set up on the channel. So if you haven't dropped likes and sprinkled likes all over them, then go and do that. Because certainly that UFC stream's going to need some likes. So hopefully get to 1,000 on that. Tried to get to 1,000 last week and we didn't do it. Not my fault. So we need to try see if we can get that. So go drop some likes on that if you haven't already. It'd be greatly appreciated. But we've got UFC tomorrow and then WrestleMania Backlash on Sunday. Awesome, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.